And I would let myself be consumed by maggots before mocking the family name and making you heir to Casterly Rock.
Why?
Why? You ask that? You who killed your mother to come into the world?
This is probably one of the most disturbing scenes I've ever seen in Game of Thrones. But what makes it so disturbing isn't blood, violence, or a shocking death. Instead, the real horror comes from something far sharper than any sword. Words. Words filled with so much hatred that it's almost unthinkable for a father to ever say them to his son. And to be honest, this scene stands out from the other scenes I've analyzed earlier because unlike the rest, it's pretty much a word-for-word adaptation of Martin's writing. I mean, yes, the other scenes were powerful in their own right, but this one hits differently because you could take this conversation out of Westeros and place it anywhere in the real world, and it would still sting just as much. It's raw, painful, and brutally honest. This, Game of Thrones at its best.
Yes, it is.
So what makes this scene so powerful? What really makes it one of the greatest scenes in Game of Thrones? I mean, as always, I'll talk about all of these things in detail, but first we need some context. This scene takes place right after the Battle of Blackwater. Tyrion's just put everything on the line as Hand of the King. He led the charge, defended the city, and nearly got himself killed. Now that the battle is over and Stannis is defeated, he goes to see his father, and after everything he's done for the family, he asks for Casterly Rock. But Tywin doesn't give him what he's asking for. He doesn't
Just like that.
Instead,
We
he
can
shuts
whittle
him
away
down
at this
with a very
asteroid
full
without
of
damaging
resentment.
whatever's
At this
broadcasting
point,
that
you
signal.
might think Tyrion would be used to it. After all, his father has always treated him like this. But this time feels different, because this is the first time we hear exactly what Tywin really thinks of him, and this breaks Tyrion. But what makes this scene so tragic isn't just Tywin's cruelty. It's also the fact that even though Tyrion knows how much his father despises him, and even though he has every reason to hate him back, there's still this small, almost childlike part of him that hopes he might finally earn his father's approval. He doesn't just want Casterly Rock. What he really wants is to finally be seen as worthy. But right from the start of the scene, Tywin does what he always does. It makes him feel like he'll never be enough.
I sent you here to advise the king. He gave you real power and authority. You chose to spend your days, as you always have, bedding
The
harlots,
asteroid is
drinking
depleted.
with thieves.
Holy shit.
Now, at first glance,
I think
you
we
might
just
think
found
these
what we're
lines
looking
are just
for.
straight up criticism, but there's actually an insidious manipulation at play. The thing is, Tywin doesn't just criticize him, he consistently creates this illusion that Tyrion's rejection is based solely on his behavior. Just look at how
The signal
skillfully he
source
frames
appears to be
things.
that
He
wrecked
presents
frigate.
himself as this fair father
This particular
who's given his
model
son every
is a
opportunity
Dramiel.
and power, only
Most
to have
notably,
Tyrion waste
it bears
them
a
through
striking
drinking
resemblance
and
to the
womanizing.
ships that attacked
But
the
what
cloning
Tywin
facility.
conveniently leaves out is that all
Let's
those
prepare to take a
so-called
closer look.
opportunities are always about his own interests. I mean, remember back in Season 1 when Tywin named him as Hand of the King? Jaime had just been captured by Robb Stark, and Tywin needed someone to hold things together in King's Landing. The show doesn't spell this out, but in the books, Tyrion figures it out. His father had already given up on Jaime, and Tyrion was just the backup plan. But when Tyrion confronts him about it, Tywin doesn't give him a straight answer. Instead, he serves up another manipulative response, one that plays right into Tyrion's need to be accepted.
Why not my uncle? Why not anyone? Why me?
It appears to
You're
be a
my
black
son.
box. A device
You see, this is
designed
the
to survive
part
the destruction
Tyrion's
of the...
That's nice and all, but
Even though
can
he
you
knows his
open
father
it?
is playing him, he still
Negative,
wants to believe
Elias.
that there's a version of reality
Captain,
where he can
the
finally
box
be
is
enough,
protected by
finally
multiple
be
layers of
loved and
encryption.
respected, because that's the thing
I don't
about
think it's safe to
humans.
crack
They
it
don't
open
care
here
about how
anyway.
smart you
Where
are.
there's smoke,
But by the end
there's
of the
fire.
scene, we learn that
One
painful
scout ship
truth.
might mean they
He
got-
will
Elias
never
is
be able
correct,
to get what he
Captain.
wants,
The
because
box
it
may
was never
contain
about
the
what he
answers we
does. It
need.
was
I
always
do what I
about
can.
he is.
If someone went to the trouble of protecting whatever's in that box, it must be...
Thank you, Elias.
Why
Your
does
guidance
everyone
has been
assume
most...
something?
Let's dock at
Can't
the
I simply
station.
visit with
I'm
my
certain
beloved father,
Vesper is
my
more than
beloved
eager
father,
to see
who
what we've found. Warp drive
somehow
active.
forgot to visit his wounded son.
Now this is where things get way more dramatic than in the books. Because at this point the show takes a slight turn from the books and makes Tyrion feel way more emotional and vulnerable, while Tywin becomes even colder and more detached. And if you take a closer look, you'll see that even the set design has been subtly hinting at this all along. I mean, just look at this frame for a second. Tywin Lannister, arguably the most powerful man in Westeros, dominates the left side of the screen as this dark, imposing figure with the Lannister lion looming above him. Tyrion, on the other hand, is small but shining brightly against the darkness, a glimmer of light in the dark that
Docking
surrounds
permission
him.
requested.
And soon enough, all those subtleties come together and laid out in the words.
I organized the defense of this city.
Docking
You held
request
court in the ruins of
accepted.
Harrenhal. I led the foray when the enemies were at the gate, while your grandson, the king,
Welcome back,
quivered in
Captain.
fear behind the
Elias
walls.
tells me you've brought a gift.
Now, I've got to pause here for a second because Charles Dance's performance is just incredible. Just look
Indeed
at
we
him. The
have,
way he
Miss
plays
Callitrix.
Tywin with his
And
body
this gift
language
comes-
and
I'll
even
pass
with the
that box
tiniest
along
shift
to
in
our
his
expert
eyes
hackers.
is so precise
they
that you
In order
instantly
to sell
get what's
the ore,
going on inside
you must
his
first
head.
transfer
In
it
that
from
moment,
the cargo
you clearly
hold
see that
to
Tywin
your
couldn't
item
care
hanger.
less about what Tyrion is saying. It's like he's not listening to him at all, like he isn't even in the room.
Captain,
And
open
then,
your
when
ship's
he
cargo
finally
hold,
looks at him,
so
you
Miss
can
Callitrix
that
can
he's
see
already
what you've
bored with
mined.
this conversation. Meanwhile,
Now,
Tyrion doesn't
let's
see
switch
any of
over
this
to
and
the
still trying
item
to
hanger.
make his case.
I bled
Select the ore
in the
to see
mouth.
what you can do with it.
And as my reward, I was trundled off to some doctor to sell. But what do I want? A little bloody gratitude would be a start.
Jugglers and singers require
That's a nice
applause.
haul you've got there.
You are a
I've transferred the
Lannister.
ISK to your wallet.
I mean, what a line.
I think you'll find I've
Seriously,
been
this
more
is probably
than
one of the most
generous.
defining lines Tywin Lannister ever says. At first, it might not hit you that way, but trust me, it says a lot. Because in just a few words, he doesn't just shut Tyrion down. He gives us a crystal
In
clear
your
look
wallet,
at how he sees
you can
his
view the
family.
total balance
And even
of
more
ISK
than that,
in
it
your
explains
possession.
further why Tyrion will never be able to turn that illusion into reality.
Your recent
Let me
market
explain it this
transactions
way.
will show
Just
you
as I
how
mentioned in
the
my
highlighted
previous
entry
video,
shows
Tywin
how
is
much money you
completely
received
obsessed
from
with
Heir
identifying
in
his family
exchange
with
for
a
the
lion on
ore.
their sigil.
The
In
wallet
his mind,
offers
just
a
as
wealth of
lions
it.
naturally
Whenever an
dominate
item is
other
sold in
animals
New
the
Eden,
wild,
a
House
tax is
Lannister
once
must
you've
tower
finished
over
gazing at
everyone
your
else.
newfound
He
riches,
believes lions
close
don't
your
get
wallet
praised for
and
catching their
inventory.
prey, because that's simply what
As
lions
good as
do.
they are,
And in the
it'll take
same
some
way,
time for my
Lannisters
team to
shouldn't need
hack through the
recognition for their
encryptions on the
superiority.
box.
It should just
You
be
might as well
expected.
use this time to
Now, in
explore
theory,
what New
you would
Eden has
think
to
Tyrion
offer.
would be judged
The
by
Heir
these same
Career
standards,
Program
but
will
this
help
is where
you on your
Tywin's
journey. The
manipulation
opportunities
comes out
available
once
to
again.
you have been
Despite what he
organized into
claims
4
here, in his
career
eyes,
paths.
Tyrion never even
The major
qualified to be
factions that rule
judged
New
as a lion in
Eden
the
have
first
established
place.
career
At the end of the
agents.
day, the bar for being a
Complete
true
missions from them
Lannister is
to
always
earn
set
new
by
skills,
Tywin himself.
modules,
But
ISK,
somehow that
and
bar
even
keeps
ships,
moving just out of
making them
Tyrion's
both
reach every
lucrative
time he
and
gets
educational.
close, because it's all
Track
about
the-
keeping him trapped in that illusion. Up to this point, the whole scene feels like a quiet chess game between father and son. They're both carefully watching each other, waiting to see who'll make the first move, and neither of them says exactly what they're thinking,
Connecting.
but it's all there in the subtext. But now that chess game is about to end, and that's when the scene reaches its peak. Tywin, who already fed up with his son's complaints, tells him to get to the point, and then Tyrion finally lays it all out there.
I want what is mine by right. Jaime is your eldest son, heir to your lands and titles, but he is a king's guard, forbidden from marriage or inheritance. The day Jaime put on the White Cloak, he gave up his claim to Casterly Rock. I am your son and lawful heir.
You want Casterly Rock.
It is mine by right.
First of all, this is where we see Tyrion realizing something important. His father won't give him what he wants out of love or affection. That's why he brings up Jaime's vow as a Kingsguard and his own rights as the lawful heir. He's hoping that maybe the laws of men will succeed where love has failed. But if you watch closely, there's still this underlying insecurity in Tyrion. You can see it all over his face, especially in that final shot. And then there's Tywin. The second he realizes Tyrion's asking for Casterly Rock, his whole expression changes. Just look at his reaction again. This is the first flash of the anger that's about to boil over. The idea that his son, that stunted fool he's always despised, dares to ask for the seat of mighty House Lannister. It's like both infuriating and amusing to him. Still, for a split second he swallows his rage and tries to offer a more diplomatic
Connecting.
response just like Tyrion did, but it doesn't last.
We'll find you accommodations more suited to your name. And when the time is right, you'll be given a position fit for your talents so that you can serve your family and protect our legacy. And if you serve faithfully, you will be rewarded with a suitable wife. And I would let myself be consumed by maggots before mocking the family name and making you heir to Casterly Rock.
Why?
Now, this one simple question might be the most emotionally charged line in the entire scene. It's the question of a man who already knows the answer, but he needs to hear it anyway. When Tyrion delivers that line, you immediately realize that this isn't just about Casterly Rock. It's about a son desperately trying to understand why his father has always hated him, why he never showed him love or even a simple affection. This is the ultimate question that's been haunting Tyrion his entire life. And what follows is one of the most brutal, uncomfortable, and yet brilliantly written moments we have ever seen in Game of Thrones.
Why? You ask that? You who killed your mother to come into the world?
You are an ill-made, spiteful little creature, full of envy, lust, and low cunning. Men's laws give you the right to bear my name and display my colors, since I cannot prove that you are not mine. And to teach me humility, the gods have condemned me to watch you waddle about, wearing that proud lion that was my father's sigil and his father's before him. But neither gods nor men will ever compel me to let you turn Casterly Rock into your whorehouse.
I mean, where do you even begin with this? These words are absolutely brutal. So much so that Charles Dance, who plays Tywin Lannister, actually kept apologizing to Peter Dinklage between the takes.
And I spend a lot of time apologizing to him because I treat him like shit.
Because as Tywin, he isn't just denying Tyrion his inheritance. He's also stripping him of his pride and dignity. He even actively dehumanizes him. I mean, it's too much. And then there's Tyrion's reaction. He doesn't lash out, he doesn't argue, he just takes it. At this point, I have to talk about how amazing Peter Dinklage is. He doesn't say a single word during that monologue, but somehow he makes you feel everything. The anger, the pain, and that devastating sense of resignation, it's all there. Even this subtle ghost of a smile says a lot. It's the smile of someone who realizes he should have known better, that he always knew. You see, this moment is already an amazing piece of art on its own. But what really takes it to another level is to understanding where all those hateful words actually come from. Because when you start peeling back the layers, especially if you've read the books, you realize something important. Tywin's hatred doesn't come out of nowhere. It's actually rooted in his own trauma. And in Tyrion, he sees the living, breathing embodiment of all of it. Let me explain. When Tywin looks at Tyrion, he sees two things. The first, of course, his wife Joanna's death. And the second, something he sees as a walking insult to everything he's tried to build, a dwarf. The antithesis of the proud Lannister image he's obsessed with. First of all, yes, Joanna died giving birth to Tyrion, but any reasonable man, especially someone as smart as Tywin, would know that Tyrion isn't actually to blame for that. But logic isn't the point here, emotion is. Because in the books, we're told Tywin loved Joanna deeply. Some even say that the best part of him died with her. That's exactly why he calls him a punishment from the gods, because the gods took away the one person who made him truly happy, and in return gave him a dwarf son, a source of mockery. And this brings us back to Tywin's obsession with the perfect Lannister image. Again, as we learn in the books, Tywin's father was mocked by the other noble houses. He tarnished the once proud Lion's legacy and nearly brought House Lannister to ruin. On the other hand, Tywin spent his whole life trying to undo that shame, and in the end became a man completely consumed by his family's image, someone who couldn't stand the idea of being laughed at. So when you see all of this, it's no surprise that why he looks at Tyrion with so much contempt. In his eyes, Tyrion is just history repeating itself. He's mocked wherever he goes, seen as a twisted parody of what a true Lannister should be, and to make everything even worse, he happens to be the one who killed a woman Tywin loved the most. But you see, this is the greatest irony of Tywin Lannister. Because for all of his brilliance, he's so blinded by his own trauma that he can't see the one son who might actually be the most like him. And in the end, he dies at the hands of the very son he refused to see. At the end of the scene, Tywin tells Tyrion to leave and to never speak of his rights to Casterly Rock. And then we see Tyrion once again. His face, already scarred by war, now crumbles under a completely different kind of pain. Physical wounds can heal over time, but this is something else. In that moment, Tyrion completely understands that no matter what he does, no matter how much he sacrifices, he will never be enough in his father's eyes. And that devastating realization becomes the first stone laid on the path to his unforgettable trial speech in Season 4, and ultimately, to the moment he kills his father. Now, if we look at the books, this transformation goes even further, because the books twist Tyrion into someone hateful, someone bitter and vengeful. After killing his father and escaping from the King's Landing, he dreams of burning it all down, of bringing fire and sword to everyone who's ever looked down on him. But the show, of course, softens that edge and eventually forgets about it. Still, every time I watch this scene, I'm reminded of what made Game of Thrones so great in the first place. It wasn't just the dragons or the battles, it was scenes like this. Because at the end of the day, Game of Thrones was always about one thing: the human heart in conflict with itself. So if you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, I'd really appreciate if you could leave a comment, give a like, and click to subscribe. Your support will greatly help the mysterious algorithm notices me. And if you want to support me personally, you can join the channel by using the join button. See you next time.
Ubisoft is planning to protect developers from harassment with Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Hope you guys have had a great weekend. We've got some hilarious news being reported
Warp
here.
drive
Apparently
active.
Ubisoft is, as Bandar Hub says here in their tweet, preparing to curb the backlash against critics of Assassin's Creed Shadows. They're going as far as sending lawyers after you if they deem your criticism a targeted attack or harassment. My gosh, isn't that pathetic? They include this diagram. Let's check this out.
Yes, let's read it.
Ubisoft prepares an anti-harassment plan to target critics. News, according to BFM TV. An extreme and stressful situation that Ubisoft prefers to anticipate. An anti-online harassment plan.
Yeah, this is what's going to happen with new games. This happens with all games nowadays. Ubisoft sore losers. Well, that's why they sent you a copy. Oh, so wait. Wouldn't that be entrapment?
Was even presented to the CSE to accompany the game's release and protect employees. Quote, it's an initiative from Canada. There's a team that monitors networks and acts quickly in the event of a targeted attack.
Initiative from Canada.
Unquote, explains an elected official. Psychological and legal support is promised to employees who are targeted.
Warp
Another
drive
quote here.
active.
Unlike what we've had before, this is serious.
Yeah, true.
Thus, messages posted by internet users on X, formerly Twitter, Reddit, or even videos on YouTube will be closely monitored by a dedicated unit in order to respond quickly to the slightest problem. Lawyers are already ready to file complaints in the event of proven harassment. So yeah,
The thing is that, and this is the problem that I have, in essence, I agree with this. I think that if you're harassing developers on a personal level because you don't like what's happening in a video game, you need to be put in a box because you're not ready for civil society. You're not ready to be in the real world.
Docking permission
You
requested.
need to be in a box, and that way you don't hurt yourself or hurt anybody else. But where do you draw the line here?
Docking permission
Sounds like a
requested.
sales pitch to their workforce. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and also, by the way, this really
Docking request
doesn't
accepted.
fill anybody. Does it fill anybody with any confidence that they're saying this? I don't know. I feel good. Not so good, huh? Not so good. We have to define harassment. Yeah, if an employee is public. Well, I think harassment is very simple, right? Harassment is when you make something personal, when you are attacking them in private channels. Like, for example, you know, you see a developer, you find out their phone number, and you're calling them. That, in my opinion, is uncivilized behavior that no one should be expected to tolerate. No one should tolerate that. You do that,
Warp drive
that's
active.
harassment. But saying that your game sucks dick on Twitter is not harassment. And hopefully it's not the truth either. I guess we're gonna find out.
Docking permission requested. Docking request
We've seen
accepted.
this sort of corpo jargon from various other corporations before as well.
Yeah.
And they seem to love loosely defining this stuff or like not defining it at all, right? Like oftentimes what they would call targeted harassment or attacks is like valid criticism against the game. And you would think this sort of corporate corrupt.
Yeah, I mean, I think that all the time people conflate harassment with criticism in order to make people feel sorry for them, basically. I think that's effectively what happens in a lot of these cases.
Is something anyone would like get behind criticizing, right? Like this is not something that should be defended. However,
Like, I'll give you an example. So an example of this is like that Matt Hansen guy from Obsidian. people were criticizing him and attacking him personally, but I think that all of that criticism was completely fair, and there's nothing wrong with it, because he's making personal statements on a public website. If you're making public statements on a public website, and then people come back and they say, wow, these statements are really stupid and it sounds racist for you to say this, that's not harassment. It's not. At all. He came out, was done publicly? Yeah, exactly.
Activist outlet The Gamer apparently is taking Ubisoft's side on this one.
Well, they have
write,
to.
Ubisoft reportedly has a plan to protect devs from harassment when Assassin's Creed Shadows launches. With the bullet points, Ubisoft reportedly has a plan in place to protect devs from views after Assassin's Creed Shadows launches. Devs are apparently already being told to be cautious on social media, and Ubisoft is also said to be...
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I think that the video game industry has a huge problem of these like weird, like completely socially captured like identity politics zealots that are now in video games. And Ubisoft doesn't want to have like what happened to Obsidian happen to them. They don't want to have one or two of their employees that has like these extreme weird views go out and just start fucking saying this from the rooftops, and now everybody's mad they don't like your game. That's not just a video game industry? Yeah, but I'm talking about video game industry. When you put them in a box? Yeah, no, for sure. And one dude killed Avowed. Okay, but when will that put you in a box because you're talking about a game? Well, if you are invading a person's personal space and harassing and stalking them, and in some cases threatening them, this is something that doesn't have anything to do with video games. So criticism of a video game is very different than personal harassment. Like, it's that simple.
Collaborating with a Canadian government agency is combat online abuse. What? I think they meant to combat online abuse, not is combat online abuse, but who knows with these people.
Yeah.
Furthermore, they
Active.
actually write like the full article here. They say, it's hard to imagine that morale has been great at Ubisoft since Assassin's Creed Shadows revealed.
I bet.
The first trailer was released last spring, and since then the game has been hit with delays, and the studio has faced layoffs. But of course, the main story surrounding Assassin's Creed Shadows is the backlash, as the anti-woke/DEI/whatever it's called now movement made the game its latest target. This was all because
By the way, this isn't limited to games like AC Shadows. GGG dropped all communication because players went too far. Yeah, exactly. And this is and the problem is that this is so it's like that meme. The worst person you know made a great point. I think that's the situation here. I actually support Ubisoft in this, but the question is always, to what extent will this be used?
Okay, one of the game's protagonists. While critics say that they take issue with Shadows referring to Yasuke as a samurai, it doesn't take a lot of looking to find violently racist imagery and language being used towards the game and its depictions of its black protagonist. The backlash was intense, with Elon Musk joining in on
Warp
the
drive
hate.
active.
So, let's pause for a second. There's been a lot of critiques towards this game for various reasons, including even the architecture apparently being more Chinese than Japanese.
And it's not hate entirely. Like, there are some people that just disagree with you. Like, they might not like what you're doing. That's not necessarily hate. Can you clarify this situation with, like, Dragon Age Veilguard? Foggy on which game had senior devs getting on his soapbox? Do you think these scenarios are different or similar? Sure. With Veilguard, any of the criticisms of the only person who was outspoken in Veilguard was Corinne Bush, which was one of the main directors of the game. And I never said that it's this person's fault. I never harassed them. I said they did a bad job because I think that they did.
Warp
But
drive
other
active.
than that, who gives a fuck? I think that it's such an obvious difference whenever you're talking about harassment versus criticism.
Including people who even tried the game out already, criticizing how clunky Yasuke felt to play, and or that he also just made the combat like way too easy. It's like easy mode. Those are just a few examples. But hey, to the activists over at The Gamer, of course they want to try and manipulate a narrative around this whole thing. I also love how journalists and other modern audience type of people, etc., constantly try and act like DEI is something that like gamers made up. when we're just using the terms that corporate.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I've noticed this a lot, is that they use DEI as if it's like this fake boogeyman, but they were the ones that, like, they created the term. Yeah, they created it themselves.
Those literally made. You have literal corporations and government agencies using this term, and then when people start talking
like the
about
term
it in the
woke.
public, suddenly, oh,
not as
whatever
much.
they're saying, DI woke, whatever. It's like, bro, we're literally using the corporate terminology.
Warp
And you
drive
would think that these
active.
activists at the Gamer would agree to criticize corrupt actions from corporations, including.
The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion Remaster has been an unprecedented success story for Xbox, Bethesda, and external developer Virtuous. The sheer amount of work that was put into this effort to then just completely, quickly be shadow dropped, it's something we've rarely seen. Remaster almost feels like a negative connotation at this point, at least the term. I think that says more about the remasters and definitive editions we've seen in recent years in this gaming industry. Charge a premium price and deliver the bare minimum. But that isn't this. This very much is something that is being debated, as the changes made here put it in remake-ish territory or reimagining, but it's also still running on the Gamebryo engine, just with its graphics handled by Unreal. All the unique jank and interactivity that made it what it was 20 years ago is still here. A feeling or spirit that Todd Howard and Bethesda emphasized as being important for them
Warp
doing
drive
this.
active.
And it worked. And this Oblivion remaster on Steam alone is nearing 200,000 peak players. Going into the weekend, this number will be surpassed. And these numbers obviously do not include other platforms like the PlayStation 5, Xbox, or even Game Pass. So yeah, this has been a massive success story for Bethesda, for Virtuous, for Xbox. And if the Fallout 3 remake has not been greenlit, it almost feels like a certainty at this point. But this Oblivion remaster is just causing all kinds of different conversations to be had about the state of remasters, remakes in this industry, as well as marketing cycles and whether or not it's even important anymore. Now, while Bethesda has confirmed that there is not going to be any official mod support, one thing that a lot of modders are discovering is the fact that, well, the history of this game can be continued because, again, it's just building back on the foundation of Oblivion with the old Gamebryo engine. So what that means is that a lot of the older
Warp
mods
drive
still
active.
work on this Oblivion remastered. And again, the modding community is already hard at work on creating new things. And yes, there has been some controversy, some criticism with the coloring, Unreal adds to the graphics and stuff. That's kind of been a complaint with a lot of different games. But yeah, reshades are already being created that honor the history of Oblivion. This is always going to be one of the benefits of this. Again, the massive modding community that Bethesda is known for. And they're already getting started with this Oblivion remaster. And first thing that a lot of people are doing is, changing the coloring from that brown to the vibrant colors that Oblivion is known for, the greens and the blues. This is something that was missing from the official release, and it's nice to see that modders are including this, at least on PC at the very least. But like I said, there's just all these iconic moments. The iconic history is here, and players are discovering there's so many different clips and jank that new players are being introduced to, and it's just nice to see that Bethesda,
Warp drive
Virtuous, they
active.
didn't delete this. They understood the assignment. Even the double take voice acting mistake, in which you have the actress who just like, oh, let's restart that. They included that part, and you actually have the animation of her looking down almost like she's looking at the script, and I just love these moments. And I love the fact that they didn't delete stuff like this because it really is important to the identity of Oblivion. And it's what made the game what it was 20 or so years ago. And we even saw a former developer, one of the lead developers on this Oblivion, the original Oblivion game, speaking out about this, saying that he was floored by Bethesda's new release. This was Bruce Nesmith. He just left a couple of years ago after working a little bit on Starfield. Nesmith was the senior game designer on the title, and he said in an interview with Video Gamer, I was assuming this was going to be a texture update. I didn't really think it was going to be the complete overhaul that they announced it to be. I would not have batted an eye at that, but to completely redo the animations, the animation system, put it in Unreal Engine, change the leveling system, change the user interface, I mean, you're touching every part of the game. That's a staggering amount of remastering, It almost needs its own word. Quite frankly, I'm not sure Remaster actually does it justice, and I completely agree. Now, while I and many are rediscovering our love for the Elder Scrolls franchise through this remaster and just really reliving childhood memories right now, there has been a decent amount of criticism. One, because there are some performance issues, some of the things that are kind of known to be with Unreal Engine games, or, you know, when they include Unreal, it's noticeable here. So some graphics cards, especially on PC, there are some issues there. And it's also some of the original jank that new players are being introduced to for the first time. Again, not everybody's crazy about stuff like that, but I can understand why Todd Howard and company felt that it was important for it to be there. There's also been the criticism with this Shadow Drop and the date that it was chosen for it to launch, because Microsoft actually acquired some of the rights to Clair Obscura Expedition 33 to have it on Game Pass, and they kind of stole all the attention away from that massive release. Right now it's getting massive reviews. They stole the thunder from that release by having one of the most iconic games of all time getting a surprise remaster all of a sudden. And I can definitely understand that criticism, as well as the fact that Skyblivion was supposed to be having a launch, I believe, this year, which was pretty much bringing Oblivion into Skyrim, and a lot of people feel like it's a slap in the face to that volunteer team that has been working on this for over a decade, to, well, the fact that a lot of people aren't going to be interested in Skyblivion anymore. But I think the counter argument is the fact that they're not being sued and they're not being shut down. That's a big win. In an industry where behavior like this is known, we've seen how Rockstar Games, Take-Two Interactive, Nintendo, they've gone after modders to the games with doing the simplest things. But we have seen the Skyblivion team put out a couple of different tweets and comments about this official remaster, just saying that they wanted to emphasize that there's no need for comparisons or sense of competition. Both projects can exist and thrive together. Again, Skyblivion, I think, is doing its own unique spin on things, and I think that is important for a lot of players, and there is going to be its own audience for that. Maybe not as massive as what it maybe once was going to be. But in another tweet, they also said that Bethesda, they did reach out and they supported Skyblivion, and they actually gave a generous gift of giving the entire Skyblivion team remastered keys. So that's nice to see at the very least. Ultimately, though, this official remaster has been one of the biggest surprises in years for the video game industry, and it's been probably one of my favorite, or so far it is, one of my favorite gaming memories in a long, long time. There's nothing like some of these classic games, and with some of the entries and the RPGs we are getting nowadays, they just don't hold a candle to what Bethesda produced 20 years ago. Even Bethesda has struggled to deliver in that part with newer games like Fallout 4 and Starfield, which I think, in my eyes, pale in comparison to all of the different aspects, consequences, and choices that were featured in games like Oblivion 20 years ago. So right now, just reliving those memories, it's just awesome. It's awesome to get that now with a new face paint to pretty much give into the game, and gameplay changes that were long overdue. This is just a complete package, and again, $50 is more than fair, especially compared to some of the greed that we have seen from this industry, with especially lately. But obviously that perspective is not universal, and I understand some of the complaints, some of the criticisms, even some that I have, but some of them just don't make any sense, especially one coming from a video game executive who I guess is just looking on the outside in. Mike Ybarra, he ran Blizzard for a while. He was kind of there when they were working on Diablo 4, a controversial game of sorts, and he said about this Oblivion remaster, "I'm skeptical about 20-year-old remasters." And okay, I have my own, complaints, criticisms, and skepticisms, some I talk about later on in this video, but Ybarra specifically says this, and a lot of us, it doesn't make any sense, and he said a lot of dumb things as of late. He infamously, just a couple of months ago, was talking about Marvel Rivals, saying it ripped off Overwatch 2 with a character that, existed years before Overwatch 2 was even thought of. Ybarra has just been on a hot streak of really bad takes, but he says, "I'm skeptical about 20-year-old remasters." That's fair so far. But he takes this to the extreme, saying, "What was once fantastic, now remastered, will never hold up against modern masterpieces like Elden Ring. The bar is simply moved from safe open-world RPGs to what Elden Ring brought us all. I would love to be proven wrong, but I'm not." And again, comparing that type of open-world RPG to Elden Ring is the first mistake he made. And it just shows you the mindset of these video game executives, because, Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, great. Also very different games than what Bethesda built with Oblivion. And if you want to talk about some of the more comparable, you know, open world RPGs we've gotten the last couple of months, we had Dragon Age Veilguard, controversial, just not a very good game in my opinion. We had Assassin's Creed Shadows, you know my thoughts on that. We had Avowed a couple of months ago, and all of those experiences, in my eyes, big open world RPGs, pale in comparison to what Bethesda built 20 years ago. Even Bethesda, what they built recently with Starfield, pales in comparison to their, you know, previous masterpieces of Oblivion and Skyrim and even Fallout 3. So I just don't like remarks like this. We're not going to be comparing everything to Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a very different type of experience that From Software built. Obviously, I understand. So, you know, we've heard from AAA executives and other developers, you know, that have criticized Elden Ring. And so those criticisms were absurd, but this comparison doesn't make a lot of sense. And it just shows you the delusional mindset of these executives, and also why we keep running into disasters when you have logic like this. These guys just are so out of touch, and they do not understand what gamers at all want. And I almost forgot about this behemoth that came a couple of months ago. Again, Ybarra's remarks just don't make any sense to me. And to expand my point of view a little bit more, From Software, they're especially known for their combat and their difficulty, and you see that with Elden Ring. While Bethesda Game Studios, they're known especially for exploration, you know, traveling about, finding loot. That is what they are known for. The writing, the characters, and all of that. That is what defines a Bethesda experience. Just because they're open world RPGs doesn't mean that they're the same thing, but I guess in the eyes of video game executives, my god, my eyes hurt just thinking about it, but they all group them together, which really says a lot about the state of this industry and how we got to this point. But to maybe put a positive spin on all of this, I think that Oblivion garnering the spotlight once again in those massive numbers on Steam that are only going to get bigger in the coming days, I think it is important for this industry and these delusional video game executives to understand that there isn't one de facto game style, or, you know, just because they're open world RPGs doesn't mean that that's the only way and the only thing that gamers want. Because I think Bethesda, especially with what they're going to be moving forward with the Elder Scrolls 6, there's lessons to be learned from some of these monumental releases, but not just Elden Ring, but also Baldur's Gate 3, the choices and consequences of that experience. A lot of people want that aspect within the Elder Scrolls. They want that love, that care to be there. So I think there's lessons to be learned from a lot of these successes, but there isn't just one specific style. And that's why I do hope that Ybarra and company and other executives are paying attention to this, and also understanding why gamers just absolutely love Oblivion and want more experiences like that. Now, Ybarra did get a decent amount of flack for these remarks on Twitter or X, and we did see him responding to some of this criticism. One individual saying, as many in the comments wrote, "Not every RPG has to be a Souls-like game," which almost kind of sounded like his perspective. Hopefully we won't see that trend like it was at one point, that every FPS game had to be a battle royale, and we still kind of see that to this day. Ybarra said, "I don't mean Souls-like, I mean the discovery, the classes, the combat system, etc. Just a new level of quality." And I would argue, especially with a lot of the RPGs that have been produced the last couple of years, they don't hold a candle still to what Oblivion was doing years ago. And yes, you can make the argument that Elden Ring surpassed it in some regards, but I would also argue that these are just two very different games trying to do two different things. And I would argue that honestly, Oblivion, it's its classes and its exploration, it's still fantastic to this day. And when you have games like Avowed, Dragon Age the Veilguard that just came to last year, I just don't know how you make this remark, or this perspective all together. Just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I did find it funny that Gene Park right around this time was pointing out the history, again, of From Software, and the fact that they, the reason why we even have the Souls genre is thanks to Oblivion. We can thank Oblivion for inadvertently creating the Souls genre. Sony wanted an RPG to compete with Xbox exclusive Oblivion and asked FromSoft. Miyazaki decided to make Demon Souls instead, which pissed off Shuhei Yoshida, who was one of the heads at PlayStation for a while, and Sony dropped publishing support for the West. And then he brings up this excerpt. During the earliest stages of Demon Souls development, it wasn't even supposed to be Demon Souls. Instead, it was going to be another Kingsfield title. Wow, that's an older franchise. Prior to being known for the Soulsborne titles, FromSoft was known for Armored Core and Kingsfield. When Sony approached FromSoft to create an exclusive that would go toe-to-toe with Bethesda's Elder Scrolls Oblivion, it made sense for the developer to turn to Kingsfield, which had a similar premise, tone, and atmosphere. This ended up not being the case. I just find this history really fascinating, especially the conversations that we're now having in regards to Elden Ring, I guess, versus Oblivion Remastered. Ybarra did continue. We have more remarks. Somebody saying, just a question, are you agreeing that Oblivion hit? And then yesterday you were skeptical, and I'm very interested in your thoughts. And he said, yep, I thought it was what they said, a remaster, but it's a remake in many ways. Not entirely. And I'm all for those. I just don't know if a remaster makes a lot of sense. I'm glad it's more of a remake versus remaster. Good stuff. They should stop marketing it as a remaster. And honestly, where's the fine line between remaster and remake at this point? Some people are saying it's actually just a reimagining. I honestly have no idea, but I would agree that it is more than a remaster. But how do you market that? Because it isn't a full remake, really. There's some gameplay improvements and changes, but this very much still is the Oblivion 20 years ago, just with it looks a lot better and it plays a lot better. So yeah, definitely it is a conversation that we are all having right now. I see your point, but I also believe that these remasters lack in innovation. They compensate with something new games can't bring to the table: nostalgia. Ybarra says, I hear you, but I think we've had so many remasters that nostalgia is limited. I could be wrong, but I think the gaming community wants fresh and new more than ever. And I would disagree, because more players are playing older games than ever before, and I think that really says a lot about these newer titles and the fact that they're just not delivering for gaming audiences these days. Yes, we have games like Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3, but there's a pile of shit all behind these iconic and massive new games. And this perspective is really just ironic, because this man was in charge of this company when they were working on Warcraft 3 Reforged, which pissed off fans because it promised, you know, these massive changes and all kinds of stuff, and they ended up not delivering on much of that. Ybarra was one of the executives at Blizzard at the time. Same thing with Diablo 2 Resurrected, which had a number of issues when it launched. And some people rightfully pointed it out. I'm skeptical about 20-year-old remasters. At least Bethesda did not delete the original Oblivion from existence. That's another thing. They deleted the original game because they wanted people playing this Reforged edition, which lacked in so many different ways. And it can still only be purchased and played freely, unlike some other remasters. Again, it's just so hypocritical hearing this perspective from somebody that was in charge of this game. One of the most controversial remasters. I almost forgot about it because we've had so much crap the last couple of years. And then another person pointing out again, Diablo 2 Resurrected, and the fact that he indeed was he was the executive vice president and general manager platform and technology on that. And him shitting all over remasters and remakes or remasters right now, it's just...
Well, Capsuleer Day looks like it's going to be a little bit different this year, and I'm happy to say that because it's been a little bit stale the past couple years, I'll be honest. This year, it looks like we're coinciding with a bunch of the Drifter stuff. Let's see all the things that we need to in order for you to make an extra buck. We all know, Chan, that this is the moment when the money is made. Okay, whenever there's a shift in the meta, whenever there's new stuff coming out, and it looks like we have new Drifter ships potentially coming out. We've been doing a lot of Drifter stuff recently. Let's see what's up with Capsuleer Day. Let's see. So, codenamed Nexus Reckoning. So this has a literal name. Let's go here. So, what is this? A blog for ants? You have to be able to see it, chat, so I'm gonna move it right here. Nexus Reckoning. So this, of course, is on the heels of the Drifter event, Race for the Hive, and it's 22. So we'll see, and it begins on the 15th of April, so we're gonna try to put this out today. We have about a week and a half to prepare for this full-scale seasonal event with daily login rewards, exciting and lucrative challenges. I can tell you the hack for this. Let me start right now with the hack for Capsuleer Day. And some of you are going to roll your eyes, but those that know, this is one of the most lucrative times to be playing EVE Online, and it starts with the Marquee Dragon Store. Let me start here. If you're in Alpha, you're going to have a reward track coming in for Capsuleer Day that has both Omega and Alpha rewards. Everybody has it, right? But if you're in Alpha, you don't get access to the Omega rewards. What you can do, because they don't sell these on the main store anymore, is you can come down to the weekend fleet packs on the Marquee Dragon Store, okay? This is it. For $4, you get Omega for 3 days. They don't sell these on the main store anymore. So what you do as an Alpha is you log in every day and you accept a reward, accept a reward, accept a reward, and you go all the way down the reward track till the final day, and then you get for $4 the weekend fleet pack. And this will give you both the Alpha and the Omega rewards all the way down the track. Now you have to actually log in and click it. You can't just like, you know, how the rewards work. You have to log in and press accept. Okay, so this is important because you can use my code to get it for even cheaper. So you go to checkout, you type LORU, you press apply, and you get a little discount. I know, 11 cents, chat. I know it's not a very big deal. We also were talking about the skill extractor stuff today. That sale's going on right now. Enjoy it, okay? I know it's a little sale, but it's the same Eve items you were already getting for less money. I get a cut, you get them for less money. Literally everybody wins. Use the weekend fleet packs. Thank you, Marky. Use the weekend fleet packs to get your Omega Capsuleer Day items, even if you're an alpha, for only $4. It's really good deal. Because the Omega rewards for this last year were delicious. This is typically when the Praxis and the Gnosis come out. Okay, so how you get the Praxis and the Gnosis ships are from these reward tracks. So my second piece of advice to you is the price of the Praxis and the Gnosis are about to go to a bottom. You can see right here, look at this. Look at this volume from this up to this. This is when Capsuleer Day was last year, okay? The volume goes from 134 sold in a day to on the day 946. So you have 8x the stuff. So what you can do is you can sell your Praxis and your Gnosis now because you can get some extra ISK out of it now, okay? This is the value you get. Other people are just gonna cover, here's Capsuleer Day, here's what it's, you don't get just the basics on the Loru Gaming channel. You get
the good stuff, the best kind.
Okay, so you can sell your stuff now and
Docking request accepted. Warp drive active. 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 Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active. 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 Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Warp drive active. 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 Warp drive active.
Have been quite sensible, some of them have been quite mad. We'll talk about the wider subjects in another video, and we'll also look at some ways to keep yourself a bit safer around high-sec boss. A little bit of tank, it's really just to keep the rats off us, to be honest with you, with this amount of tank in high-sec. We don't want to be enable you to plus on the overview and name your new tab. I'm going to call mine Hunt. You want to take, it's got some NPC miners, which we're going to leave on there because if we switch them off, we switch off the rats that might try to kill us. And then you've got two alternatives of opening up your overview settings and manually going in and clicking off the freak and that mining overview. Get first 3 or 4 because their safety of mine. It's got the shield rigs in, which aren't the most appropriate necessarily anymore because about a year ago all of the mining barges were changed. They reduced some of their shield tank where they had some, and they gained quite a lot of hull hit points. So that is something that we can actually work with. Basic
Hello everybody and welcome to the video on how to fit a suicide ganking ship in EVE Online. Suicide ganking occurs primarily in high-sec space, with the targets usually being the mining frigates. Of course, when another player attacks another player without exclusive permission, Concord action will be swift, and the attacking party will surely be destroyed, hence the name suicide ganking. Whatever your motivation is behind trying to learn about suicide ganking, whether it is you want to protect yourself when you're mining, or you really want to do some shady stuff, I hope this will be helpful. Usually, suicide ganking is done in destroyers, at least when it comes to suicide ganking mining frigates. The Catalyst is the best destroyer you can use for that, simply because of its ability to fit blasters. So the fit is relatively cheap. It is very easy, there's nothing fancy. Of course, with a suicide ship, you want to go really cheap. So what we have here is 8 light neutron blasters, all Tech 1. If you have more money or if you need more DPS, of course you would want to go with Tech 2, but that will be really expensive. And very important, on the bottom we have the magnetic field stabilizer, which will increase the DPS output. So you want to group all your weapons together, like so, and I also packed 200 units of antimatter charge. Only 200 because you really don't need much more. The Concord response is usually really fast, depending on the security status of the system.
Warp drive
but
active.
I would say anywhere between 10 and 15 shots and they show up. So currently we are located in the 0.5 system, meaning that here the Concord response will be the slowest among all of high-sec systems. So I have my other character in the system just mining away in a venture mining frigate. I used a very simple fit, just with, of course, minor ones in the highs, the mining upgrade in lows, and what it did is that I used 3 shield extenders. Usually you will not encounter that, or the miners will not fit that, but just to show you how easily it is to destroy a mining frigate like this one. You don't have to use the destroyer, you can use the frigate.
Warp drive
of course,
active.
You would have to fit it with Tech 2 weapons. And Catalyst is not the only destroyer you can use. Thrasher, for example, is also a very good suicide ganking ship. So what you want to do is, if you are participating in suicide ganking activity, is once you warp to the asteroid belt, simply start approaching your target. You want to get as close as possible because blaster range is really small. As you can see here, it's only about 1 kilometer away that the optimal range resides in. Do not alert the miner by locking him right away. What you want to do is wait until you're actually in range. And once that happens, you only have a few shots to destroy your target before Concord shows up. If you are a miner and you see a destroyer approaching you, just run, warp out as soon as possible. Do not AFK mine, because if you're AFK mining in 0.5 system, even with your drones spinning around protecting you from rats, somebody can come around and just for the fun of it, destroy you.
Warp drive active.
So we're just gonna attack right away. And it's gonna take only a few shots. Poof! Just like that. There's no point of running. It doesn't matter. As you can see, I cannot warp, because the Concord is gonna come right now and destroy me. And there they are. With my capsule being ejected. If you are ganking someone, warp out as soon as you can if there's other ships in this asteroid belt, because right now anybody in this vicinity has the right to attack your pod. So I'm just going to warp out maybe somewhere here. So as you can see, it's relatively easy. It's You can ruin someone's day really fast if you feel like it. Of course, if you're a miner, there is ways to protect yourself.
Warp drive
and that
active.
is simply do not AFK mine if you're using a frigate. If you're using a mining barge, it's a lot tougher for somebody to suicide gank you simply because of the amount of tank that the barges have. Before the mining ship was introduced, before the frigate mining ship was introduced, the retrievers were the primary target of suicide gankers. But since then, the retrievers simply have a bit more tank, and it's not that easy to destroy a retriever unless the ganker goes through a lot of risk getting T2 items, and perhaps not even using destroyer but using a cruiser or a battle cruiser, which will of course waste a lot of money for them. Anyways, I hope you have found this video useful.
Docking permission
and
requested.
For whatever reasons that you want to suicide gank, it's up to you, because EVE Online allows you to do whatever you want. You can be the villain, as their advertisement says. Have fun and safe flying out there.
Hello everybody, I'm Reload and I'm playing EVE Online. One of my very first videos for EVE
Docking
Online was
request
actually about
accepted.
low-sec ratting and how did it fit with the Executioner frigate in order to take down the battleship rats. Now that EVE Online is free to play with the alpha clones, I wanted to see if alpha clones can do exact same thing with the exact same fit. That's why I created a brand new Omar character and trained up some of the skills available for the alpha clones, although this clone is not maxed out yet. So let's take a look at the ship itself. Once again, I'm going to be using the Executioner frigate, and that's why I have created the Omar character, because the alpha clones are locked in what kind of race they can fly. So let's take a look at the fit itself. I actually had to make a modification compared to the video that I made 3 years ago in a way that I could not fit the 2 energy rigs on this ship, because if I did, then the power grid would just not allow me. I was off by 0.3 of the units. Just out of range, just slightly out of range. So instead, I fitted these 2 small auxiliary thrusters and 1 small energy collision accelerator. This is what's going to increase the damage of your energy weapons for the Executioner. As for the energy weapons, what I have are the 3 small focused modal pulse lasers equipped with the multi-frequency crystal. In case you don't know, the crystals do not run out. This is one type of ammo that just doesn't run out. The Tech 1 crystals, of course. Tech 2 crystals do have a bit of wear and tear on them. Eventually they run out. In any case, let's move on to the medium slots, and what I have here is one of the afterburner called the 1MNY-S8 compact afterburner, 1 fleeting compact stasis webifier, and 1 initiated compact warp scrambler. Now this fit is really a PvP fit. Of course, this really doesn't make any difference when you're ratting in low sec, but you kind of want to be prepared for a fight, because low sec is a free-for-all, so anybody and everybody will try to attack you once they see you in belt. If you're a brand new alpha clone character, it's best if you avoid a fight, but of course sometimes the fight is unavoidable, and at least you can have a little bit of a teeth to fight back. And as for the low slots, what we have is the small accommodation investment reconstructor, that's the armor repairer, and 2 extruded compact heat sinks. Now these are the things that will once again increase the damage of your turrets. So currently my damage sits at 102.1 DPS, my defense is at about 1600 EHP, most of it is in the armor, and I can repair at about 1 HP per second, I believe. Actually, let me take a look. No, the armor repair, never mind, there we go, it's actually 17.3 HPs per second for the armor repair. The 1 HP per second that you saw over there, that is the shield recharge rate. Oop, not the boost rate, just the passive shield recharge rate. As for the targeting, I can target from 28 kilometers away, and I can fly at 560.9 meters per second. Of course, that will increase the moment I punch my afterburner. Let's take a look at what's the maximum speed right now. And here we go, it's more than 1200 meters per second. That's pretty fast, especially for a frigate. And that's what's going to keep you alive. Basically, we're going to be speed tanking all of the battleships, because the battleship's guns are too big to actually follow us and track us. Okay, so now that we talked about the fit, let's move on to the character itself. Here is my Omar character. Currently I'm training capacitor management to level 4 I believe. Yes. That's going to take me about 5 days. As you know, the alpha clones train at twice as slow speed compared to the mega clones. In any case, I didn't do too much. This is not a maxed out clone, but what I did train up, of course, is the Amarr frigate to level 4 and Spaceship Command to level 3. For the navigation, I tried to max out as much as I could. I didn't bother about the high-speed maneuvering, and the wardrobe operation didn't bother maxing those out. As for engineering, I got my CPU management maxed out. I'm training my capacitor management because as an Amarr character, you really rely on your capacitor, because lasers eat up a lot of energy. My power grid management is already at level 4, so really I cannot boost it any further at this point in time. At least I can't think of another way. Maybe there's a different skill here that I can train up. That's why I could not get that additional rig fitted. As for the rest, so for the armor, once again repair system at level 4, hull upgrades to level 4 and mechanics to level 4. That'll help me stay alive for a little bit longer and help me tank the rats in the belt a little bit better. And that's pretty much it as far as I can think of things. I don't remember training anything else for this character. So for the gunnery, you do have to train up these skills as much as you can. The more you train them up, the better results you will get. Particularly, I suggest that you train gunnery to level 5 all the way up, so maybe that's going to be the next skill I train. Currently I have it at level 4 though, and motion prediction is at level 3, sharpshooter level 3, surgical strike level 3, small energy turret. Max this out as much as you can, which I did. This is at level 4. Rapid firing is also good. Control burst, that's useful for you to reduce your capacitor usage. Currently I have it at level 3, and of course if I do stick with this character I will bump it up to level 4. So far I think these are the optimal skills that I have, and at this point I can start trying to go into low sec. You can try using not the same kind of layout of the skills, maybe not to the same level, maybe a little bit few levels here and there. I think you should be okay, but let's take a look. Let's actually go into low sec and see what happens there. So once again, I am replicating everything from my very first video that happened about 3 years ago. I'm starting in the same system, going to the same low sec regions. And I should mention that this ship cost me less than 1 million ISK if you do not count the rigs. The cost of the hull itself is very expensive. That cost me about 300,000 ISK, and the rigs are very expensive now actually. Both of the thruster rigs, each of them cost me about the same amount as the ship itself. And I believe the energy rig cost me about 100,000 or so. Of course the prices heavily depend on the market conditions. So if you're trying it and you see different price, that's the way the market goes in EVE Online. So here we are in the first system of low sec. I can see that there's 8 people in local. I don't want to stick around here. Personally, I do not like to fly around low sec where there's a lot of people. The less people there is, the better, of course. The best is when you can't find anybody else. So guys, currently I'm in a third low sec system along the corridor that I have traveled, and right now I am the only one in the system, which is perfect. One of the person just warped away right now. So because I'm alone, I can start going belt to belt. So let me just cancel the warp right here, and let's check out what's in these belts right here. One of your main defense systems in low sec will be your directional scanner. Always keep this available. I didn't have it to begin with, just because I wanted to make a point. But regardless, here it is, and always scan it. Scan it as much as you can. It's best if you filter this, and I'll make a video later on about how to filter it properly, at least the way that I prefer it filtered. Because I haven't actually set this character up the way I like it to. Just realized. So nothing in the first belt. Let's go to the next one. But really all you want to see here are the hostile ships and some scanner probes. So I see 2 people came back. Maybe I will not be riding it here. I will actually probably try to find a quieter low sec system. Alright guys, so finally I found another low sec system. I don't know how many systems I actually went through in this pathway, but I'm the only one here. I'm alone. And I do realize that my overview settings are not set up as well, so I will make a video about that later on how to set up the overview and everything else. And we do have something interesting here. What do we have here? Is this a Blood Bishop? I do believe that's the tough one. That's a very tough one. Well, let's go ahead. You know what? It's going to be trial. Right there, trial. So you want to group your weapons into one. And you want to orbit it at a very, very tight orbit. So let's set up 500. So let's see if the bishop actually gets us or not. That's gonna be a very interesting experiment right here, and that'll give me an idea whether I will be able to handle a battleship. So far, can't do anything. Being bounced off this crazy big asteroid. So let's go ahead and let's start firing. Let's stay in a very close orbit. So the bounty here is about 175, which is not even a quarter of the cost of the fit, but that's alright. You can still get enough of these kills to actually finance your ship. What we want to go after are the battleships themselves. Yeah, as you can see, this battlecruiser just cannot keep up with us. Even though I'm bouncing away from the asteroid and I'm changing my direction and stopping here and there, it just cannot track us well enough. Which means that this is very good news for us to be able to fight against the battleships. In any case, while we're killing this battlecruiser, I do realize that my overview is not properly set up. I'll make a video about that later on, but actually this presents you with a very good idea of, even though if you just joined EVE Online and you trained up some of these skills, I believe maybe it'll take you about 2 or 3 weeks, maybe less actually, I don't remember how long it took me to train these. But you don't have to really know everything about the game in order to go into low sec and have fun and get some good ISK from the bounties. There's no reason for you to really stay in high sec and be afraid of low sec. Yes, you will likely lose your ship. You will likely lose a lot of your ships, but that's alright, because in the end you should come out on top. You should have more in ISK. And right there we got about the cost of the ship actually in just loot itself. We don't have to worry about metal. These things don't cost too much. Yeah, maybe even don't worry about this one. This is what you want to get, the most expensive part right there. So let's just transfer it. Perfect. And off to the next belt we go. So far, nobody else in the system. That's perfect for us. Alright, so here we go, guys. Actually, this is a very, very interesting asteroid belt. What we've got here... okay, before we even start explaining, let me go ahead. But what we have got here are, first and foremost, we got the NPC mining fleet, which is neutral to us. That's great. We do have the Blood Raiders, which are the NPCs we're trying to kill, and there definitely is a battleship, which I'm targeting right now. The Blood Oracle with 800,000 ISK in bounty.
Warp drive active.
What we also have are the Seekers, so the Drifters. So, I mean, I think as long as I don't attack them, they should be neutral to me. They shouldn't attack me. So I'm gonna be trying to be really careful here. But regardless, here we are. We are attacking the ship, the Blood Raider battleship. And yes, it's taking damage. Of course, the shield on the Blood Raiders is very easy to penetrate, especially with the MR fit right here. But let's see what else happens. We also have a few more Blood Raiders on site here. We got one cruiser and 2 cruisers, never mind.
I wanted to talk to y'all about how I got rich in 2024 in EVE Online. Yes, we're going to go over all the systems I use to get space rich, all the things I did in order to get my money, and all the things we did in order to get going. So my current overview right now is I got an income of 158 billion, and my expenses are 168 billion because I'm buying Plex, moving them to other characters, all this other stuff, right? So this is the point. If you would like to be able to do something like this, I'm going to break down the systems I used in 2024 to be able to get these things, okay? And before people start talking, the amount of pay to win I did was minimal. Minimal. Okay, I'm not out here spending money on 50k Plex and saying, look what I made. No, I'm going to walk you through what I did. And it's no secret, the first thing we started with is EI. Okay, we've talked about this. With my system set up on one character, I'm able to make around 1.6 billion ESK in 4 days. Would you like a Marauder every 4 days? That's what we've been able to do. We detail out all of it over on our YouTube channel. I took my entire process, the entire procedure. It took me a year actually a year of testing, of checking out stuff, trying to give y'all the goodies. It's this playlist right here, the PI for Dummies playlist. This link will be in the description with you. If you're new to PI, it's a great time to get into it because we just covered the recent patch that the devs put out, and they absolutely had the best patch ever. PI has never been easier to start to get into. We thought that templates were the best we could do. How wrong we were. You know, how much better it is now. So definitely go check out this playlist. It is the only playlist on my entire YouTube channel that I guarantee if you watch by the end of this playlist, you'll be space rich. So people are asking for a mining Vexor fit in my in-game chat. You know, I didn't use this, but I just dropped it in. There you go. There you go. And look, if you're watching this video, here it is. I'm not putting this fit in the description because this is a bag of memes and you shouldn't do it, but there it is. So PI is the first one. Okay, I detail out all of this. Well, let me quickly cover how I did this. I take P2s on one planet. I make P2s on one planet. Okay, so I go from 0s to 1 to 2 on each planet. We go down this chain on one planet. That's all this. So I have extractors on 4-day cycles typically, extracting P0s that then go into the storage unit. Then they are made into biofuels in these. Those biofuels and precious metals get made by these advanced factories into biocells. I extract biocells. I just pulled these out. That's why I pulled these out this morning, 4 million ISK. While I've been streaming on one planet, I don't, really. If you're not doing PI, you're unironically losing money inside of EVE Online. And my typical setup for a solo character, what I recommend for y'all, is you have 5 extractors and 1 crafter like I have on this. I do this so I can make examples. How I run is I have a lot of characters that are 6 extractors, and then I have a dedicated character that's 6 crafters, and that's all they do. And if they're not, crafting, that's it. I will also order items. Here's my crafting plan. It looks like I will order items that I need to craft stuff, and I will throw them into my extractor. I do the margins. We talk about how to do all that in this video specifically, the margins, the tools I use to see 5 industry tools for dummies. There's that. And if you want a full breakdown of my P2 into P3 system, it's this video here. If you're an expert PI person and you just want to know what I do, that's this. If you want to copy my PI templates, we put it right here for you. It took me a year of research, of testing, of processing, and I gave it to y'all free. Enjoy the YouTube videos. All the fits are free. All the stuff is free. The fits are all in the description there. And if you're brand new to PI, start with this video in HiSec. You can make 400 million ISK a month. Sounds good? Sounds good? Click the video, get it done. PI, ladies and gentlemen, PI is the way I did it the most. So I will talk also about how P4s, I don't love P4s. So I make and sell P3s like these. The P4s are annoying, and I actually don't recommend you do this. This is one of the things I discovered in last year. If you don't have some kind of industry chain, I don't recommend doing P4s. We talk about this in this one, the Make It Simple video. P4s are the only mats in PI that the input cost is less heavy than the output. Okay, so I think the input is like 42 M3 or something, whatever, and the output is 50. What this means is you have more micro with your extractors, with your gatherers, with your it's just too much work for me. I'd like that I can take, and we do the math for you in the 1.6 billion ISK in 4 days video. I think I said it's 16,000 M3, so I do like 12, just under 12 in the storage, and then like another 4,000 M3 in the launch pad. And then I come back in 4 days, and I have hundreds of millions of S just sitting there. So I don't have to worry about it. It's easy. P3 is best for transport. Your own rights inclined. So that's my system. We break it down for you in that playlist so you can go get it done. I wouldn't do P4s unless you have some kind of industry chain. That's that. My best ship and most used ship last year is the Deluge. Ladies and gentlemen, we feature this in all of our PI videos, and this fit will be in the description of this video so y'all can see it and get it. This is the fit we use. No ECM burst jammers here. You can fit one in if you need. This is not subject to the recent ECM burst nerf. This is still a hauler. You can fit an ECM burst jammer here. We got a solid 46k EHP. You can get out of being pointed. You can get out of bubbles, and the NOS is just like, I had a free high slot, whatever. Might as well get some cap. And you can covert ops cloak around. The Deluge is worth the train. I can tell you right now. It's worth the train for this reason and this reason only. It is a covert ops cloak ship that has an infrastructure hold, a base of 30k. It goes up to like 40 something. This infrastructure hold is the reason you fly this ship. Why? Because a covert ops cloak before this ship that would do this was like a Vider or a crane, but you had to run cargo expanders in the lows to be able to carry more PI. Not so with the Deluge. It has a base cargo of 4k, which you can use to get command centers, go set up your PI, and then you dump the PI into the infrastructure hold. My Deluge, do I have one here? I think I do. My Deluge here with my, and I have rank 5 because I just do this so much. I really do. 45,000. Those of you that PI know, that's a little Akter. Okay, that's a little deep space transport. So I use this. This replaced my DST because of the amount of cargo hold it has. It makes it so much easier. Love some Deluges. If you're in high sec, use an Epithal for sure. No reason to use an Epithal in Pochven, where I live. The people that fly Epithals in Pochven are our food. So please keep flying them in Pochven. If you want to get the good stuff, it's the Deluge, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you my Torrent fit as well, because I use the Torrent for a lot of heavy hauling. It is really big and beefy. It is one of my favorite ships, but I do use the Deluge more on a day-to-day basis. The Torrent, we are using the Afterburner 1 pulse trick. This is not the micro warp drive cloak trick. Okay? This is something different. So you 1 pulse the Afterburner. We've talked about it a billion times. You go faster in warp. This has 175,000 EHP. Okay, it's a brick moving through space. I do this in high sec. You know it's a high sec fit of mine because I don't run a warp core stab in the lows typically, because when I'm in high sec, because if one ship is pointing me, there's about to be 30 other ships behind it, and I'm gonna die anyway, so it doesn't matter. You know, so this is what I do. The Torrent I use for hauling my bulk. We got an infrastructure hold of 60k base. It's double the base of the Deluge, and the Scarif with max rank skills is 90,000 plus the fleet hangar. It's 127,500, and then the base cargo is 130,500 ISK. This will haul all your PI. I don't think the common man needs an avalanche. I have one. I used it 3 times because I had a crap ton of P0 that I was moving to market of the base stuff. And if you want to know why I'm selling P0, go watch our video about how we do the market guide stuff. This one here, okay? This one. We use it, we sell it. Those are our most popular fits. I'll put most used. I'll put both of these fits in the description for you so you can get it done. PI was one of the main ways I made a lot of my ISK last year. Okay, let's talk about mining. So I have ore, ice, and gas setups across New Eden, and I do have to redo a lot of these fits because of the recent burst jammer changes. Let me tell you, my most used ship is going to be the Mackinac and the Retriever. Now I have to redo my danger fit, okay? My danger fit that was recently taken away from me, the burst jammers, rip and power my burst jammer fits, okay? Active. But I still think the Higgs anchor drag mining is the way to go if you're in dangerous areas. I'll figure out what else to put in the low slot another day. You can help me idea it in the comments if you would like as well. This is for being in Pochven, hence the abyssal crystals and the Tech 2 stuff. I use the warp core stab to be able to not be pointed, and I was using the burst jammer to be able to get away. We'll figure out what else to do. EM to close the EM hole. The Higgs anchor is the important thing. The Higgs anchor makes your on-grid speed go to nothing. And if this is a rock and your retriever is here, you are drag mining. You are going very slow past this, and then when you're on the other side of it, you go very slow again. Join Pochven Triangle for a reason. It's called drag mining, ladies and gentlemen. I do this to make sure I'm aligned out to a safe point so that if somebody warps on top of me, I can click warp, and if I'm paying attention, I will get out. That's why you run the Higgs anchor, okay? That's why you run the Higgs anchor. So this is, I'll figure out a better fit for this. I don't necessarily want to put this fit in the description because it's not complete, but you can see this and copy it. I won't do this one, okay? So just cater it to your area of space. The Retriever and the Mackinac are some of my favorites. Our industry leader of one of our industry leaders of our alliance, help me out with this. My sneeze just woke the grave, chat. My ancestors heard that and were like, bro, is he okay? You know, so, incredible stuff. Can't find the new restart extractor button burn because it doesn't work unless your things are done. It says so in the patch notes that it has to be finished. You have to go through the entire cycle. Okay? I might Nargil. That might be what we do, especially with the slow align time of the Retriever. So Nargil says this in chat, and this is a really good idea. for the mid slot of this. You could just, and I'll probably end up just running an afterburner, especially for the retriever, because we can use the same one pulse afterburner trick that we do with the torrent for the retriever. So you can see the retriever has above 10 line time. But if you one pulse your afterburner, let me find it. If you one pulse your afterburner, because of my afterburner skill, you can get your align time down to sub 8. This is probably the move. Be able to get your retriever from A to B as quickly as possible. I don't like the survey scanners. I almost never use them. It's not my play style. You can if you want. I think that's what you should do. And then put a rig, shield, call it shield. So I'll ideate this later and call it a day. But you heard me that I have ice, ore, and gas setups across New Eden. How I do this, and I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to let me go OPSEC for just a sec. OPSEC, just a sec. OPSEC, just a sec. We do clones that are ready to go across New Eden, and I actually can't show you where the clones are, but I can show you what's in the clones to be able to make sure that you can put it, because these are in various spots that I want to make sure are, let's just say I keep them hidden, okay? And what we do is we have little bases that my clone is at that I can warp to, and then I can go from there to get the good stuff. So let me show you some of the implants that we've got going on here, okay? The first one's very expensive. The goal of all miners, okay? Goal of the miners is to get the Michi implant. I think, is this like 5 billion-isk? Okay.
Warp drive
Is this like 5 billion-isk? Sorry. No, this is the high wall. Excuse me, this is the high wall. Okay, the high wall's first. This is 150 million-isk. Get this implant. It'll help your stuff a lot. It will pay for itself. And it'll like be a week or two maybe, depending how much mining you're doing. This is a really good one to get. There's, it's a bit expensive, but it will pay for itself. I guarantee you. This is the Michi. This is the big one. 5% bonus yield, and this is only from the Cosmos missions. I think this is a 5 billion-isk implant. Okay, so it's down. I thought it was 5. 2 is still 2, chat. Okay, because I was looking at it up here. 3.6. Either way, expensive 2 billion-isk implant.
Accepted.
This one is for the endgame people. You don't need this. I have it on a couple of my clones because, well, I'm an endgame player. That's how we roll. I recommend getting one of these if you would like. The harvest implants are what you want. This increases the range on your mining lasers, the quality of life, to be able to go, oh, it's 40k away with boost. Don't matter. Boop, and you keep hitting it. A big deal. Don't worry if these mid grades, low grades. Get the low grades if you're just starting out, because each one of the mid grades are hundreds of millions of ISK. And I agree with you, GL. The ROI on the Michi's implant is real low. This one you should get last. I would, in order, I would get the high walls first for all of your mining clones. And I would figure out how to slowly but surely build up the harvest clones. And then in like years later, get you the Michi. Okay, the Michi is very expensive. So those are the kind of pods I would use to get my good stuff going. I typically also am flying a porpoise on my alts. I really recommend, we talk about this a lot, how to get your best way to play EVE Online is, as a working adult, is two Omegas, excuse me. And one of the ways that we would do this is by flying our porpoise. So this is what I use in more dangerous areas of space, okay? It's got a cloak in the hold in case I have to swap one in. We have double boost. You can put whatever compressor you want. It's got the siege mode. And we can lock something down. I typically have a defensive ship cloaked up, waiting somewhere. This is a porpoise surprise, okay? We lock them down if they get close to me, and then it's like, you can't get away now, dude. And we got the web just in case, and the MWD so we can align a little bit faster / get away if we need to. So you don't have to copy this fit. This is not like this is no game ending fits, right? This is just a typical porpoise fit. The porpoise might be one of the best ships in EVE Online for your alt. It's an incredible hauler. Okay, if you put 2 eye stabs on the lows, got really good align. It's got a fleet hangar of 5k. It can hold a decent amount of cargo. I love this ship. Might be one of my favorite ships in all of EVE. It looks great, feels great to fly. I love the feel of it, that it's like the backbone ship. There's just something about it. It kind of reminds me of Firefly almost. It's like a real command ship. I love the porpoise. I recommend having a porpoise on your alt. If you're mining, it's definitely necessary. That's it. So the last thing I want to talk about is your solo fits versus when you're mining ice, all this other stuff, versus your group fits. So you're gonna notice a lot of mine are like, what do I do with ore? What do I do with moon mining? What if I'm alone and I'm in danger, right? So typically if I have a couple fits that are like, I have a no res fit. If I'm moon mining in a very safe area of space, we have plenty of scouts out, I will go a little bit more expensive. I will slap on some good old-fashioned ore strip miners. But here's my fun one, HiSec T1. This is a great fit. This will be in the script for you that everybody can go do in a retriever. I would not do stuff in heavily ganked areas. This fit will definitely be in the description for you. You can mine a bunch with your mining drones. You can make sure you have no residue with Tech 1 mining drones and Tech 1 strip miners. Here's my last tip for you for mining. Something I've been doing a lot is I've not been using Tech 2 mining drones. And this, again, is a tip from some of our industry heads at our Corp Al's. Thank you, my friend. Al's one of our industry leaders over there, and Jafar also. They've been turning me on to, like, mining drone ones are so cheap, and they have no residue. So they do not burn off the rock. And it's not, oh geez, that was the worst circle of my life. The Tech 2 mining drones burn off too much, and they don't get me enough back. So I'm just gonna use Tech 1 mining drones, and if there's a ganking ship warping on top of me, I just leave. The mining drone ones are so cheap. Don't matter. The Warrior 2s are to kill rats and nothing else. Okay, they're not there to kill people. So definitely if you're in HiSec using some good stuff, here's the fit I recommend for you. This is for both moon mining and for ore mining in HiSec. Moon mining in HiSec is not dead, ladies and gentlemen. I do it a decent amount. Enjoy it. Mining is the number 2 way that I was able to make a bunch of money last year in EVE. Okay. The next thing I was able to do. Crafting and indie. All right, so ignore the giveaway folders, chat, because we're doing a big subathon coming up, okay? I do a decent amount of crafting. Let me find my daggum thing. So we are hauling around BPCs and BPOs. I do some of these every time I go to Pochfin. These are some stuff I got in the Abyss. I craft a lot. I do the margins. I buy order out Isogen. Here's 1.5 billion Isogen. One of the biggest tips I can give you is if you just go to the market and buy Isogen, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. What you gotta do is you gotta go outside of Jeddah. Go into like a couple, maybe 10 or 9 jumps away and place buy orders for Isogen that are out of the region that Jeddah is in. How you know the region is this. Okay, let's go to location. Jeddah, the region is the Forge. We're gonna show on map. Don't do a buy order in the Forge. A way I make all my money. I'm telling you, chat, I'm giving you the goodies. Let's head down to Metropolis and go make a buy order in the region of Metropolis for Isogen. You're probably gonna get stuff for less money. I then go later and I go haul items and I bring them in with my mining haulers. I use an Ocketer, I use other ships to haul stuff. That's one of the reasons why I got all this crazy stuff going on. I know it's annoying. I print money with this because instead of buying it for 288, I get it for less than this. Go look down here. Some of these people are getting some of these buys going. Oh, 1 cent. Some of these people. 2 cows. Thank you for selling me your Isogen. You know what I'm saying? So don't think this is the only price you need. You can, the further you go out in EVE, the less chance it'll be bought or sold, but the less price as well. You pay, and then you can go do the time, and you can go out to Renz or Dodixie. Even sometimes, heck, you can go to the other trade hubs. Doesn't got to be just Jeddah. That's one of the main ways I've been able to get a bunch of this stuff back here. You know, we've got 300, is it a 3.4 million M3? No. These numbers are hurting me. 341,000 trit. This is 1.4 billion-isk in trit, literally from buy orders and from reprocessing stuff that I get from my mining ships. Here's the next tip for you. When is the line in the sand for you to reprocess versus when you should just sell the compressed ore? It's all about your reprocessing skills, baby. Okay? If your reprocessing skills are low, you're better off just selling the compressed ore as is, not turning them into minerals. All right? If you... yeah, I had a little bit of like a lip itch channel. What the hell is that? If you want to figure out more of this, we talk about this in our ore mining playlist. Let me find it. Let me find it. If you want to understand more things about mining and the better things they're in, I literally have to control F this because we have so many. We're doing so many shows for y'all. Here's our ore mining playlist, okay? Remember that, chat? A good time. Pepperidge Farm remembers the mustache era, okay? I missed the mustache. Help me convince my wife to bring it back, chat. We're gonna add more fits to this. This one is the most important one. The haul millions in minutes video. That's Dash, dude. It was such a freaking vibe, chat. Incredible. So definitely go check out this one. Haul millions in minutes. We put our heart and soul into that video, and we talk about how to reprocess, how to compress, when it is. This is the one to do if you're trying to get into Indeed. This is the video I recommend. We're going to add more to this. I have to go update all my fits, chat. because of the recent ECM burst change, nerf, really. So let's get definitely some Magnum PI vibes, right? So go check the video. It'll be in the description for you as well. Click it, check it, enjoy the various mining ships. One of our most watched videos for a reason, y'all. So that's the way. But the line of the sand is, if your reprocessing skill is low, just sell the compressed ore as is. If it's high, find a low sec station and go to town. The other two ways that I've been able to do stuff is I will craft, we talk about this a lot, but it's still a hustle I do. I craft Tech
Docking
1
permission
ammo
requested.
with the
Docking
items
request
that I
accepted.
gather. Okay, so here's Tech 1 large ammo. I will use the loyalty points that we gain from the Frye fleet to turn it into Caldari Navy ammo. The difference in price is ridiculous, okay? Is absolutely crazy. So you could sell the base one of this for 343 ISK for one. Let's look at the upgrade here and see how incredible it is. It's 3 and almost 4x the value. It does cost you loyalty points. How to spend your loyalty points? You open up your wallet, you go to LP Corporations, and we do our Frye fleet, typically for the Caldari militia. And, you know, you can do whatever militia. I don't care what militia you're in. It literally doesn't matter to me. So just, then you find the closest loyalty point store. You right-click it, you show info. Make sure it's not in, like, low sec or something. You don't want to be buying expensive things
Warp drive
in low
active.
sec and then have to transport them out. Make sure it's in high sec. You're still...
Never safe in Eve.
But it's more safe in high sec, okay? Just be careful. That's how you find the place to spend your loyalty points, okay? So that's what I do typically. It's a really great hustle, very easy to get into. Literally all of you can do this today. It does not take very much to do this. Look, you can buy a blueprint on the market. How much is the blueprint? This is an NPC vendor. You know that because it expires in a year, okay? Anything else that is like, 30 days, 90 days is a player. So you know this is gonna work. There's one in Jeddah for 1 million ISK. Go get 5 of these, research it up a little bit, and start selling. Start making Tech 1 ammo, and then you can turn it into faction ammo. That's the way to do it. Faction ammo, chat. That's the way. The other way I've been doing this is I've been selling fully researched BPOs. I have been making the run out to ore space quite a few times on my own time, and I will buy expensive rare blueprints like the Coveter blueprint. I will then research this blueprint fully, and I will sell it for billions of ISK. I sold one the other day for 3 billion ISK instead of this many billions of ISK. Now, that's not as much as I would like to sell, but that's just kind of how that goes. How you can do that, chat, is you can sell it on the contracts. Okay, so let me find in contracts. All right, let's look at this. You can also sell the BPCs, but this is a more competitive market because you can see that a fully upgraded, fully researched BPC is only going for 1.5 million ISK. Not that much, not that much, you know, so it's, you're gonna do all that work for 1.5 million ISK, it's really not a lot. What you wanna do is go to page 2, or here's the better option. Let's go back to page 1. And then let's filter it by rice. Does that do it? Show me, we might actually have to go to page 2, let's see. Yes, on page 2, we're starting to see some blueprint originals. Don't know why that happened there. 46 billion ISK, we got a bunch here. We can see here is a Coveter blueprint that is fully upgraded for 4.6 billion. Here's 4.4. Another fun way that I do this is by LSI generation. We're gonna log off of our main here, and we're gonna go do this. I will wait for MCT sales. Here's what I do. I take my ISK, I generate my ISK, I buy some of it, like half of it, I buy Plex. With that Plex, I wait for MCT sales, and then I buy MCT. I then train up my alts on a skill plan, okay, that gets me LSIs. The other 2 characters that are on my main account here, they're literally bots. They keep training these same skills over and over again. We detail all of this out on my alt training guide, and there it is. Can you afford not to get your alt? It's this one. This will be in the description as well. You don't have to get MCT and pay Plex and do all this expensive stuff in order to have an alt that is making you money. We detail out how to set up your air career program, how to do BPOs and BPCs, how to do indie, and how to do PI, of course, on your alts. Check out this video. It's necessary viewing, y'all. This one right here, you're gonna get literally space rich doing this. LSIs are one of the moves, okay? I make about 30 LSIs a month.
Warp drive active.
Okay, you do the math. With all my accounts, I make LSIs. The only other way that I do this is I take my excess ISK on my main, and I will buy skill extractors only during sales. I pay attention to the skill extractor sales that are happening on a marquee site. You already know. You can use my code LORU, L-O-R-U. Thank you very much. I get a cut. You get it for cheaper. Thanks. I get the good stuff because I pay attention to the market. When there's a cash sale happening to skill extractors, they begin going for less in-game. That is how it goes. Right now, skill extractors are actually kind of high, getting close to 350 million ISK. When you start seeing this dip, I buy here, and here, and here. This, thank you, I buy them there. Buy the dip. Pay attention to our Patreon. We put out free guides on our Patreon about how to use the cash sales. Even if you don't want to spend money, you can still use the cash sales to play EVE smarter. There's always something more to learn. So, sum up the LSI generation. I buy the skill extractors low. I buy Plex with ISK, and then use that Plex when there's an MCT sale to get MCT and then generate LSIs. As Oz says, Oz the marketing guru says, it is very hard to be profitable with LSIs. Mine are barely profitable. What I typically do, when I say barely, I make like maybe 50 million, maybe 100 million ISK per LSI when all was said and done. But what I like to do is use those LSIs to inject my alts for other things. I'm not just an EVE player, I'm a content creator. So I gotta be able to inject skills if I'm like, oh, I gotta go get that. That's one of the ways that I get some free skill points to be able to get ready for these events we have coming up, like this weekend subathon. Okay, so it fits my playstyle. Do what you want. Check out this video and use what you would like to train up your alts to get space rich. If you have empty alt slots, you're wasting time and money. It helps you unlock New Eden. That's. We're gonna cover even more guides on how to get space rich in EVE. That's how we did this last year. I'm gonna talk in the upcoming guides about what we're gonna do this year, what kind of my plans are. We're gonna do these yearly introspectives, okay, to be able to see what's up. I wanna give y'all my full plan. We're not gonna gate. We're gonna make sure that y'all can go get space rich too. So if you want the best EVE guides, sub right here. Thanks very much. I will see ya in the next video. Thanks very much. Rolling an alt in EVE Online does not have to be difficult. And you know all those character slots that are just sitting empty at your login screen? By the end of this video, we're gonna turn them into money-making machines. And you won't even need multiple characters.
Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of the United States, a man whose licentious and felonious behavior has been well cataloged and documented, returned to the Capitol Rotunda just 4 short years after inspiring in that very place a day of riotous shit-f***ery. Returned to the exact same room. Now, generally, if this were a Dateline documentary, he would return to that room to express a form of repentance and maturity and acknowledgement of the pain that had been wrought on that terrible day. But in this show that we're filming now, it's to be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. And as with most returning to the scene of the crime, it began with tea with the people you tried to steal it from.
A short time ago, President Joe Biden greeted Mr. and Mrs. Trump at the White House for tea, an inaugural tradition.
It's always important to keep up the tea tradition when you hand over the keys to, I'm sorry, what did you call them? Hitler? But gotta be a good host. Hey, the Wi-Fi password is White House, but I changed the I to a 1. I hope that's not weird. I'm not saying Biden should have done his own insurrection, but there's got to be a happy medium between storming the Capitol and, would you like a crumpet? Then it was time for the swearing in on the kind of on the Bible. Yes, it turns out Trump didn't actually put his hand on the Bible. Obviously, because one or the other would burst into flames. Perhaps both. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the torch has been passed from Biden to Trump. Yes, the torch has been passed to the same generation of Americans. Let's hear from the 47th president fresh off the warm embrace of a tea ceremony with his predecessor.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place.
He's right behind you. Luckily, I don't think he can hear you. Yes, the inaugural speech followed the American tradition of a passive-aggressive transfer of power. The incoming president gets to completely shit on the outgoing president in front of that president and hopefully his spouse.
In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly. Record inflation trying to socially engineer race and gender, disastrous invasion of our country. It's a radical and corrupt establishment, vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
This is a tumultuous time in American history, filled with much uncertainty and trepidation.
Warp drive active.
But it is very difficult for me to not in any way take the bait of the way he said, "Dickline." It really did sound like he said, "Our dick line." Like the line of our dick. So you can see America's dick line? I mean, how are you going to end our dick line? With a tuck or a full reassignment? Or is this more about Fetterman's shorts? What about our dick line? I am a child. But as bad as things were, guess what, folks? Daddy's home. It's about to get a whole lot better.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before. We will win like never before. We will be a rich nation again. We will bring prices down. Fill our strategic reserves up again. We will drill, baby, drill.
Oh, I think I just saw J.D. Vance's dick line. Drill, baby, drill. Whoop. But for all the day's eerie energy, one thing stood out to America's watchdogs of democracy.
We have watched as the 47th president of the United States has been sworn in, the cornerstone of democracy.
This is the true transfer of power here of the current president and the former president, making this walk.
This process is what distinguishes the United States from a lot of other parts of the world.
Yeah, it's all just normal shit. It's just another day. It's all just normal transfer power shit. We're just gonna play along like all this theater is normal. Oh, except there was one thing that might have given the game away.
With just 20 minutes or so left in his presidency, we've just gotten word from President Biden that he is pardoning his brothers, their wives, his sister, other family members. He says that he is doing this because baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives of individuals.
It's all just normal. First of all, Biden, you're at the inauguration. Did you auto-schedule your pardons? And second of all, what the man?
Docking permission requested.
You're just pardoning your whole thing.
Accepted.
It's not a great look. Yeah, like any good captain, as the ship is going down, Biden gave the order, "That lifeboat is for my family." The rest of you can do just like a kind of Jack and Rose thing. One on, one off, 50-50 shot, who gives a shit? Biden outie. So the takeaway of this entire day was, a man who tried to overthrow the government has been peacefully handed the reins of power. And the outgoing president has started a new tradition of blanket pardoning everyone in his orbit. The two men creating a magnificent snake sucking its own dick cycle of no accountability. And then, of course, we end with the grand finale. The attack on Greenland has begun!
Yesterday, that dude signed over 100 executive actions. I mean, look at them. He froze the federal hiring bill, something about genders. Yeah, he said Cuba's a state-sponsored terrorist now. He renamed a mountain. Dishwashers are less efficient. What, he can do that? Look, he has so many executive actions, they had to like scroll through the tracks like it was an ad for, like, now that's what I call MAGA. And being the showman that he was, Trump wasn't going to sign these behind a desk with a pen and paper like a nerd, okay? No, he turned this into an arena show.
At Capital One Arena in front of a crowd of supporters, Trump putting into motion his day one action.
After President Trump signed the executive orders at a desk that was placed on stage, he had a pile of pins. Well, President Trump decided to toss the pins to some of his supporters.
Wow. Whoever caught that pen is so lucky. I mean, that is going to be such a cool thing for those guys to show their kids once they get their visitation rights back. And even after he got back to the White House, he just kept signing. I mean, this guy was so in the zone, he didn't even know what he was signing.
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir?
Ooh. He's withdrawing from the World Health Organization like he's hearing the dessert options. No, yeah, I'll have the tiramisu and potential measles outbreak with that. I mean, if you could put anything in front of him yesterday, he would have signed it. Melania, now's a chance to update the prenup. Go, 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 go. But you know, what? I'm not going to be shitting on President Trump, okay? Okay, sure, he pulled out of the WHO. But like, who are those guys? What are the odds there's ever going to be a pandemic requiring global cooperation? So I'm going to go to President Trump with an open mind. You know, he won the election, which means he's a great guy who's right. So I'm sure his executive orders are reasonable.
Trump pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accords.
Okay, look, I know that sounds bad for these woke liberals, but like, does it really matter? You know, 1 year we're in, next year we're out. We've been doing the hokey pokey with these guys for like 12 years. They don't even put us in the group chat anymore, okay? Also, newsflash, Paris Accord, we're not gonna reach the emission goals anyway, okay? This world is over. It's just an excuse to go to Paris, which, overrated, okay? So, fine, he's taking us out of anything that involves the rest of the world, okay? I'm sure there's other executive orders that aren't any worse.
Among the many executive orders President Trump signed on Monday was this one, pausing the TikTok ban for 75 days. He says the United States should broker a deal to own half of the platform.
I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner.
See? He brought back TikTok, just as my brain was regaining its higher order functions. I mean, oh my God, that was close. Now, if you remember, TikTok was originally banned because everyone thinks it gives China too much influence over Americans. And to be fair, before I started using TikTok, I was a white guy from Iowa, okay? But the point... The point is, the people have spoken, okay? We want China to change our brains. What absolute idiot even thought of banning it in the first place?
We're looking at TikTok. We may be banning TikTok.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, President Trump, for saving us from that guy. What I'm saying is, all these executive orders aren't bad, okay? I mean, what else is he doing?
And Trump is going to try, through executive order, to end birthright citizenship. It's a constitutional right that those born on American soil are U.S. citizens regardless of their parents' immigration status.
Okay, that does sound like a major change. Birthright citizenship has been in the Constitution for over 100 years. But on the other hand, should you just be a U.S. citizen just because you were born here? I mean, I think all citizens should have to prove that they're truly American by taking a quiz on American history and failing it.
There is already something in that location.
If your score is above 60, you're going back to Asia or whatever shithole country has educational standards. And to be fair, nothing too extreme so far. I mean, it sounds like there's a campaign Trump that says things to win, and then there's a President Trump who rules more moderately.
Overnight, with the stroke of a pen, President Trump issuing sweeping pardons to nearly all of the rioters charged for their actions on January 6th.
So this is January 6th?
Trump even granting clemency to the more than 600 people charged with assaulting or resisting law enforcement.
Okay, look, freeing violent criminals from prison seems less moderate and more like something Bane did, okay? But you know what? If you know your history, in that situation, Batman fixed it, okay? So concerns are overblown. And look, these guys have been in prison for like 2 whole months already, okay? I'm sure they've learned their lesson.
Jacob Chansley, we know him as also the QAnon shaman. He put out something on social media where he said, "I got a pardon, baby. Thank you, President Trump. Now I am gonna buy some mother effing guns."
It's almost the end of Trump's first week in office, and he's done a lot. He shut down windmills, he saved TikTok, he caught Carmen Sandiego, and the man just can't stop, won't stop. On Monday, he wiped out all federal DEI programs, and yesterday he ordered that if anyone, if you see anyone trying to be inclusive, you better tell teacher.
The Trump administration asking federal workers to snitch on their coworkers in a rollback of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Employees have been told to report any colleagues who work in diversity, equity, and inclusion roles, or they could face consequences. NBC News obtained emails sent to multiple agencies that say some of these programs are disguised using coded or imprecise language.
Yeah, you hear that? Don't even think about doing DEI in secret, all right? Don't be meeting up in back alleys like, yo, you got any lesbian resumes for me today? And I know you think DEI was only invented in 2020 by Democrats looking for a fresh new way to lose elections. But Donald Trump is dedicated to rooting out DEI all throughout history.
One of the president's executive orders revokes an executive order signed by President Lyndon Johnson in 1965 that the Trump administration says mandated affirmative action.
That's right, Donald Trump went back in time to kill baby DEI. It's kind of impressive that he got this much focus. Trump is doing deep dives into these obscure old policies like he's MAGA John Oliver. And look, I'm not going to pretend to know more about civil rights law than Donald Trump. I mean, he's been sued over it many times. But if a discrimination law has been around since 1965, it might be a load-bearing civil rights thing, so maybe don't touch it. But DEI is not the only thing Trump is shutting down. He's also shutting down illegal immigration. In fact, it was probably the biggest thing he talked about during the campaign, aside from Arnold Palmer's penis, which is actually a thing that happened. But today, Trump faced his first setback.
Breaking news out of Seattle. A federal judge has just temporarily blocked President Trump's order attempting to end birthright citizenship.
The judge in this case is saying that they have been on the bench for over 4 decades. And this is a quote from the judge inside the courtroom. "I can't remember another case where the question presented is as clear as this one. This is a blatantly unconstitutional order."
Whoa. What does the Constitution have to do with this? The Constitution is for gun stuff, okay? Who died and make this woke activist a judge, huh? Oh, Ronald Reagan. That liberal cuck. This judge has been judging for 4 decades and has never seen something, and I quote, so blatantly unconstitutional. I mean, that's like the judge equivalent of a Kendrick diss track. Like, all the other judges were like, oh shit, we concur. Usually the judge says this is constitutional or unconstitutional, okay? But this is like next level unconstitutional. This is like if you took a pregnancy test and it said you are the least pregnant anyone's ever been in 40 years. But Trump doesn't expect all these executive orders to pass legal scrutiny. He's signing those things the way like guys swipe right on every Tinder profile, okay? Yo, he just needs 1 or 2 to hit and that's the weekend, baby. The point is, Trump is going to try whatever he can to shut the border down. And last night, Trump sat down for some conversation and light manspreading with Sean Hannity to explain why.
In an Oval Office sit-down last night, President Trump repeated false claims that other countries are sending their prisoners here.
They've emptied their jails. I would, if I were the president or prime minister or something of another country, I'd empty my jails right into America.
You did do that. Like 3 days ago. With the Jan 6 thing, remember? That guy handed you all those Cheesecake Factory menus and you signed them all? That was the thing. But look, Trump doesn't care whether migrants are technically criminals or not, because he can tell just by looking at them.
Sean, who would ask for open borders with people pouring in, some of whom, I won't get into it, but you can look at them and you can say, could be trouble, could be trouble. There are people coming in with tattoos all over their face. Their entire face is covered with tattoos. Typically, you know he's not going to be the head of the local bank.
Breaking news, old man not fan of tattoos. And yeah, probably the guys with face tattoos aren't going to be bankers. But maybe bankers should have face tattoos. I mean, 1 teardrop for every loan application they've denied. Hey, stay clear of JP Morgan. That guy's loco.
Friday night massacre.
Late Friday night purge. A chilling purge.
The purge.
Ah! Trump has ushered in the purge!
So your main character is a wizard. Let's call him Graham. Graham the wizard who likes cats. And he can shoot lightning bolts. Not just any lightning bolts, but ultra deadly ones, which can kill anyone, anywhere, anytime. He can instantly heal any wound. Oh, and he can time travel. Overpowered characters can be a lot of fun to play with. I mean, they show up all the time in anime. And there's something compelling about these immense displays of power, watching a character at the peak of their abilities. And we can use them to explore all sorts of juicy ideas about the nature of power and God. But they also create a massive problem for your writing. How do you keep the story feeling tense and interesting when they can just, a wizard did it, and the plot is solved? Well, some stories draw tension from the cost of wielding that power, others from moral dilemmas, from how power changes you as a person, and others from even more interesting places. And that's what we're going to talk about today. And you can already check out my next couple of videos right now on Nebula at the QR code on screen or link below. Part 1. Overwhelming power takes a toll. People are going to argue over what overpowered really means in the comments. Does it really count if they have a weakness or a limit? But we're going to be talking about characters who are immensely powerful, especially relative to other characters in the world, so much so that the story really has to find a way to grapple with it one way or another. One way these stories deal with this problem is wrestling with the mental and emotional toll overwhelming power has on a person. Take the Poppy War trilogy by R.F. Kuang. In that, the protagonist Rin's fire-wielding abilities do more than destroy her enemies whenever she wants. They destroy her sanity. She's arguably one of the most powerful individuals in the world, almost possessed by this godlike entity, and yet her biggest struggle is resisting the temptation of too much power and the corruption of her identity. Every time Rin calls on her power, we're not just wondering if she'll win the fight, but how much of her will survive it. Who she will become in the wake of it when it's her we care about. This is a huge part of Katsuhiro Otomo's now famous Akira, where the apocalyptic power the eponymous Akira wields is so overwhelming it literally just wipes away his personality and renders him a catatonic child. Or there's Tetsuo, whose new godlike abilities gives way too much power to the worst parts of his personality and erodes anything good left. He spends the time on a selfish rampage. This dynamic is something we see a lot with OP characters, this kind of magically induced madness or decline, as if to speak to how the human mind isn't built to handle this much power. Because power can be dangerous in more than just a lightning bolt to the face kind of way. It's morally and psychologically corrosive. In stories like Poppy War or Akira or Lord of the Rings, we see humans take on godlike power that, by its very nature, was never really meant for them. The power demands something in return, whether it's their sanity or their humanity itself. These stories get us to ask, can we handle great power? Should we even want it? And you can raise the stakes of that mental toll with all sorts of creative dilemmas about how, or even if, these overpowered characters should use their abilities at all, especially when their values sometimes clash with the very nature of that overwhelming power, turning what could be an easy solution into a complex internal struggle. Like in Avatar: The Last Airbender, Aang has access to the Avatar state, a raw, godlike force of judgment and destruction. But he's also a pacifist? Well, sort of. Let's just ignore those for the moment, because even when the fate of the world is on the line, he still has to ask himself, is using this power to kill right, or does it turn him into something he never wanted to be? And that's why overpowered characters can be so interesting. They create problems for the narrative, yeah, but also really interesting conflicts which let you get to the heart of who a character really is. It can challenge their best values and exaggerate their weaknesses with the temptations of ultimate power. Especially because, well, think about it. Just having that immense power can make everything else about you seem irrelevant to the rest of the world, because you can look at any problem and go, a wizard did it. Bam. Problem solved. Are you allowed to have hobbies or personal desires when you could be saving people, even if you didn't choose the power for yourself? Is love a luxury you can afford when it puts them in danger? Suddenly anything outside of your destiny and responsibility can be painted as selfish, even evil. A god who has abdicated. But I do think it's really easy to fall into the trap of only exploring these characters through their relationship with their power. But I think that can make them a bit one-dimensional. You want to give them moments, give them scenes where they get to be someone out of it, or at least we get to see who they want to be outside of it. Hobbies, interests, which they might have had before that power, or that they wish they could pursue now, but just aren't given the chance to. How much of that person still exists, and how much of that is swallowed up by responsibility or madness. Alternatively, another way to inject tension into your story is to give your OP characters incomparable problems. What this means is giving them challenges which their overwhelming power just isn't really equipped to solve, at least not directly. This also gets around the problem of power scaling and power creep, which is really prevalent in stories with OP characters, especially in anime, where like the only measure of tension is just upping the challenge and the power level compared to the main character.
It's over 9,000!
You want to be looking at tension horizontally, not just vertically. Sure, they might be able to wipe out an army without a thought, but what happens when they need to negotiate a peace treaty? In the Poppy War trilogy, Rin's power is pure destruction. She is great at burning things down, but building something new from the ashes? Not so much. She struggles with diplomacy, strategy, and leadership because her power doesn't solve those problems for her. In fact, it makes them worse. And that tension can force fascinating character growth as they overcome blind spots. Or in some cases, like Rin in the Poppy War, the OP character might resist that growth they need to undergo because people incorporate their abilities into their sense of self, and that's gotta be a huge thing if you are massively overpowered. You rely on it, it defines you, it's your achievements, it's your failures. Being asked who are you outside of your abilities, outside these few things that you're really good at, can feel like an attack on your person, and it can blind you to other ways to solve problems, to ways that you need to change and grow. Do they resist other solutions because it might mean giving up some of their influence? Or if they do try another way of doing things, then does that come with values and lessons of its own? Lessons that might challenge how they think, how they feel, the role their power is meant to play, that maybe change how they wield their power altogether. A lot of these stories look at how their immense power can isolate them from others. Shigo Mob Kageyama from Mob Psycho 100 is a great example. His psychic abilities are so OP that if he loses control, people can die. They can get hurt really easily. After he accidentally injured his little brother, Mob learns to suppress his emotions entirely, bottling them up to avoid disaster. And the the result, he becomes distant and passive, withdrawn, and he struggles to connect with other people. He's constantly wrestling with himself, trying to prove that despite his overwhelming power, he's still just a regular kid who wants to belong and make friends. The nature of your character's power might mean that they can never live an ordinary life, the life they want. If people are afraid of their power, it can stop them from forming normal human relationships or even functioning as a person. Like Mob, your character might use their power as a reason to not risk getting close to others as much as they want to. They're not really emotionally well regulated. The basic rule is that it's okay to be overpowered if it helps generate conflict. This is why overpowered doesn't always mean unstoppable. Limitations, being emotional, physical, sociological, don't make the character less overpowered so much as it just changes where the challenge lies in this narrative. Like the Scholarman's trilogy by Naomi Novik, who is a fantastic author, by the way. The protagonist here, Elle, is absurdly powerful. She's got this great affinity for destructive, almost evil magic, and she can take out hordes of monsters with ease, but then give her a simple spell, something requiring delicate precision, and she struggles. It's like wielding a claymore to butter bread. I don't have a claymore, but I do have a big stick. Or there's Hunter x Hunter, which I have a vivid memory of getting flamed online for not talking about when I first made my magic systems videos, so here you go.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
But the whole magic system in Hunter x Hunter regularly features OP abilities, but they're mostly kept in check by really creative limitations. It's sort of a contract-based magic system. Like the protagonist Gon can instantly become the most powerful person in the world ever, but he has to sacrifice all his future potential power to do it. Limitations don't have to feel just like arbitrary nerfs to keep the character grounded and the story feeling interesting. You can have them be significantly meaningful. Maybe every time Gray and the Wizard Who Likes Cats uses a lightning bolt, it costs 3 lives of a nearby cat. Opposing characters might try to find creative ways to tackle that, to exploit that weakness. Like in Legend of Korra, Zahir actually turns the Avatar's overwhelming power against Korra by poisoning her and attempting to kill her in the Avatar state, thereby ending the cycle forever. Of course, he still loses because Korra's a beast, but still, it was a good plan. Like I said, overpowered doesn't mean unstoppable, it can just mean having to reckon with the nature of that character's power. What you don't want is what a lot of power fantasy anime falls into, where the only way to keep up the tension is by introducing people with even more ridiculously OP abilities. It's kind of lazy, gets boring, and your characters struggle to feel grounded anymore. But overpowered characters don't just create problems for the narrative, right? They're fun to play with because they also create part 2 opportunities, possibilities. The moment an OP character enters your world, it's like throwing a rock in a pond. The ripples spread fast. Their power is going to create a new center of gravity around which everything else is going to have to accommodate. You cannot just ignore it, and there is no better example of this than Pantheon, which is an incredible animated series that's just landed on Netflix. It's based on these amazing stories by Ken Liu. I beg you, please watch them, please support it. It is just fantastic. They go so well together, and they're a great exploration of OP characters as well. But it's about a world where instead of creating super smart artificial intelligences, we instead upload the human mind, the greatest machine ever created. These become uploaded intelligences, UIs, these godlike figures who can hack any server, shut down power grids, activate nuclear weapons, infiltrate security systems with ease, with barely a thought, operating on the internet and basically unkillable. Their mere existence rewrites the rules of war, of power. It triggers an almost Cold War-esque arms race to create more and the most powerful UI. The whole show is a fascinating exploration of geopolitics in a world where overpowered characters are suddenly political players and also kind of everywhere, but also surrounded by incredibly weak people who cannot do anything to stop them, who exist at their mercy. In fact, the UIs almost become a species of their own who have to find a way to coexist with humanity. So you want to ask how the institutions of your world in your story accommodate for this walking nuclear weapon you've got going around. How do they reckon with the fact that there is this thing which can at any time just challenge the way things are run, which can upset society at any time and possibly cannot be controlled? And we can take this down to a very human level. Characters don't exist in isolation. We kind of have to imagine them as part of your character web, the web of relationships and conflicts which really make up your story. An OP character is necessarily going to occupy a pretty important place within that web. The mentor, a hero, a rival, but perhaps the most interesting opportunity is actually to ask what happens when that OP character disappears or dies. What happens to that character web?
But when the world needed him most, he vanished.
Like in My Hero Academia, All Might is the most powerful hero in the world, like bar none, or at least he was. At the start of the anime, he can only use his power for 3 hours a day, and that limit decreases until basically he's gone. The system became way too reliant on that one overpowered man holding everything together, and then he was gone. Crime skyrocketed, the public loses faith in the idea of heroes, and suddenly everyone who has spent years relying on All Might's strength has to figure out how to pick up the pieces. Here, the presence of overwhelming power and the sudden deprivation is the inciting incident. It is the spark for other characters to grow, to change. In this sense, you're thinking about your OP character not just as kind of like a character in isolation on their own journey, but the impacts that they have to have on the people around them. If your OP character disappears or dies or loses their ability, who rises to fill their place? I mean, they occupy a certain position in the world you've created. That's going to create a vacuum, especially one with a huge amount of power at stake. Suddenly, the things that they were deterring, the things they were making happen, are not going to happen and are not going to be deterred anymore. When an overpowered character enters the playing field, a lot of the tension can come from the need to control their character and what happens when they can't. Likewise, how does their mere existence force other characters around them to change? Like, overpowered characters aren't just powerful people and players in the world, they represent a powerful force for certain ideas, philosophies that they cling to, ways of thinking about the world. Like in Pantheon, it is transhumanism. The UIs are pushing this idea that humanity should ascend into this new way of living, leave behind the flesh. They challenge the definition of the human and force that conversation to the front. For All Might, it's being a good person who stands up for what's right. So what do your OP characters kind of represent, and what do they force into the public conversation? One really unique take on this, and you've probably seen this before, is when the power kind of exists as a force of its own outside of the protagonist. It can sometimes be sentient. In the Poppy War trilogy, the Phoenix god that gifted Ren its power is a living force with its own desires, its own agenda to burn and purge. The Phoenix doesn't care about Ren's personal struggles. Why would it? It's a god, basically. It fuels those who can summon it, but at a cost. It demands anger and pain and revenge in return. That's what makes its power so compelling. It's a player in its own right instead of a passive force waiting to be wielded. And as writers, we can play around with this other degree of tension between the character and the power that they are wielding as like another entity, you know? Is it sentient, like with Rincewind in The Color of Magic, where it quite literally forces Rincewind back into the plot every time he tries to run away? How does this power with desires and objectives of its own work with this character who also has desires and objectives of their own? How do they influence each other? What does it demand of them, and what does it demand of the world? But what happens when the OP character finally meets someone who can go toe-to-toe with them, who can match their power level? These dynamics can take a lot of forms, rivalries, alliances, even romance, but these dynamics also provide the opportunity for escalation that may not have been there before. And with that, new risks and dilemmas. Like maybe Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats never had the chance to reach the full extent of his lightning bolt power until he faced Greta the Witch Who Loves Dogs. It's only once other UIs show up in Pantheon that they actually get really dangerous and violent, threatening to use nuclear weapons against each other and putting the rest of the world at risk. Because prior to that, they didn't really need to use the full extent of their power. And I think that conflict escalating actually brings us to one of the reasons that people really love these stories. It's those scenes where the OP character finally gets to stop holding back. I'm not really much of a superhero person, but there's this really fun scene where Superman, kind of the original OG OP character, meets Darkseid, and he finally gets to let loose, and he has this speech. He describes himself as living in a world of cardboard where he has to constantly be careful about not breaking anything, being careful with his power. But here, with Darkseid, he's finally met a guy who can take it. And he does. And then he beats the crap out of him. And it's fun to watch. It is glorious. It's great to see a character like this just at the peak of their power. And let's be real, these moments aren't just about spectacle, it's about catharsis, it's about punching your fist in the air as you get to see the full extent of their strength unburdened by caution. And that's where things get even more interesting for the character inside them. You know, how do they feel about actually being able to wield this power at last? Do they find their own power terrifying? Do they cross a line they can't come back from? Do they kind of miss it when they can't use this level of violence? But perhaps the most unique solution to maintaining tension with OP characters actually comes from one of the most popular anime from last year, Frieren Beyond Journey's End. At the heart of the series is this mage who is uber powerful, so powerful that she basically defeats every antagonist they come across with a one-shot. I'm not kidding. Doesn't even break a sweat when killing a general of the Demon King. More than this though, the show goes out of its way to repeatedly let us think we've seen how powerful she truly is and then go, nope, actually, she's even more powerful than that. Here's another laser blast. It's almost comical, but it works because the show is fundamentally just not about fighting. Like, her being OP is kinda not the point. The show doesn't even try to trick us into really getting invested in whether she will ever win. It's so much more about her learning to socialize with mortals, to just connect with other characters and mend old relationships. If anything, the moments of combat don't ask who will win, but work to reveal more about Frieren herself, her fears, the way she perceives the world, and that's what we're invested in. Like, there's this fight where she's up against herself, and it's all about her internalizing how, despite looking so harmless, she knows how terrifying she can be, how much she hides her power. Learning what it must be like for others to face her, as well as kind of revealing how her overwhelming power manages to hide her weaknesses she should have worked on. Overwhelming power can be used as spectacle to explore other things and other people. One really interesting iteration of what overwhelming power can do for a story is how the presence of an unstoppable force can create an almost atmosphere of dread and inevitability. You actually see this a lot in horror, in cosmic horror especially. Like, Still Wakes the Deep is compelling in part because there's this entity that infects the game's oil rig. There is no overcoming it. The only thing you can do is run and hide, and this forces the story to shift from strategy to survival to the sheer psychological weight of facing something that you know cannot be beaten, that is vaster and greater and will always be greater than you. We can use overwhelmingly powerful entities here to mirror our own experiences with coming up against forces beyond our control. It can sometimes be a natural disaster, the inevitable creep of time, death itself. Like the victims in these stories, we can't fight back in any meaningful way. We can only adapt, endure, and hope to survive as long as we can. There's this fantastic horror book called Psychonopledia by Reza Negarestani, which actually reimagines oil as a kind of ancient, dark, cosmic horror entity which we extract, and it corrupts and feeds on us and will ultimately destroy us. But all of these stories of why we use OP characters as a way to dive into part 3, the nature of power. Ever heard the saying, if you want to find out who a man is, give him power? Overpowering a character does exactly that. You can use overwhelming power to reveal who a character truly is on a fundamental level, what they really want, the lengths they're willing to go to get it. The way they wield power, or even refuse to, is an expression of their values and inner conflicts. Like in Akira, Tetsuo really reveals his inferiority complex in his sadism, finally the opportunity to pay the world back for everything it's done to him. Or look at Aang and his desire for non-violence despite having the Avatar state. Light Yagami from Death Note reveals he's an utterly megalomaniacal psychopath who would kill God if he could. As an overpowered character leaves their vulnerability and weaknesses behind, they risk abandoning or losing what connects them to humanity as a whole. Dr. Manhattan from the Watchmen universe is a great example of this. Experiencing the past, present, and future all at once makes human emotions and struggles feel small, even incomprehensible. He says, "The world's smartest man means no more to me than it does the smartest termite." To Dr. Manhattan, people become like ants compared to him, struggling with things that don't matter in the grand scheme. I mean, he escapes to Mars to flee the noise, the chaos, and futility of humanity, and also because there's a chance his radiation-ridden body is maybe giving people cancer, but he compares himself here to a villain in a world which wants to believe in hope, because he doesn't believe in free will so much. What's happened will always happen to him, and hope is kind of pointless. Omniscience almost turns Manhattan into the opposite of characters like Superman or All Might, these symbols of hope and forces for active, positive change. Having no real equals, no substantial weaknesses they share with everyone else can really change how a character like this relates to the rest of the world. Like Dr. Manhattan, they can start to see themselves as a different entity, a different kind of thing, even better than humanity. Consider this quote from part 3 of The Poppy War, The Burning God. "I am the force of creation. I am the end and the beginning. The world is a painting and I hold the brush. I am a god." Ren starts to see herself as the ultimate force of power in the world because she kind of is, untethered from humanity and from her humanity. And it's in this that we can use these stories with godlike characters to interrogate some really interesting philosophical questions about what that means, the presence of people like this in the universe we occupy. In Lord of the Rings, Gandalf is an envoy sent by God to help in the struggle against darkness. He is overwhelmingly powerful when he needs to be, but his role is to guide and counsel. In a way, Gandalf here mirrors the concept of why God doesn't swoop in to solve everything for us, because to Tolkien, he wants to allow for humanity to have the agency to make their own choices, to find their own path to grow. And I've actually got a video where I talk about why Gandalf didn't take the ring to Mordor himself, which delves into this a lot more, and I reckon you should go watch that at the link down below. Or consider the Barnhouse Effect by Kurt Vonnegut. A man develops these incredible powers of telekinesis and goes on to do something pretty strange. He starts destroying the world's weapons and nuclear stockpiles. And yet at the same time, we know that all the governments around the world are trying to replicate the telekinetic powers that this one guy has, until right at the end of the story, someone does it. It's a story about humanity's relationship to power, that even if someone went around and destroyed all of our weapons, we would never let ultimate power lie. We crave power too much and are ultimately on an inevitable upscaling towards the weapon which will destroy us. These stories get us to ask, what is power? Is power inherently corruptive? Is the desire for power an inherently evil thing? What's more powerful, a nuclear missile or a small act of kindness? Are societies and civilization fundamentally built on coercion and the use of force? The research for this video sent me down a rabbit hole of finding the most OP characters and abilities and kinds of magic, and honestly I was baffled by how powerful some stories let their characters be. And I got thinking about what the most powerful kind of magic was, and the answer was obvious in the end, right? Like, it's love magic, the power of friendship. You probably already had that in your head, and I know that might sound dumb, but it keeps showing up in fantasy again and again. There is something powerful about the way love transforms us, and the more I looked into it, the more fascinating I actually found it really was. Like, why is a mother's love more uniquely powerful than other kinds of love? And it's really interesting how the rise of romantasy has actually changed how love magic kind of shows up in these stories. It just became more and more fascinating for me the deeper I looked. Easily one of the most fun and interesting questions I've been able to look into in a long time. I wanted to make a video about this, and so I did. I've already made it, actually, and you can watch it right now at the link down below over on Nebula, or the QR code on screen. It all very much connects in with the discussion of OP characters in this video, and I think you'd really like it if you liked this one. We talk about the costs and limits and demands of magic system, and how that all weirdly works with love magic and why it's so OP. And you can get all of that, plus all my other content, ad-free, and that does matter to me because I was watching Prime the other day, and then it showed me an advert on a streaming service, and that infuriated me to my very core. But no, you can get all of this, all these videos ad-free over on Nebula, and I'm going to be keeping up with this. You're going to be getting these videos a long time before anyone else. Nebula is kind of OP itself, I've realized. It's the space that we've got for creators to tell stories without the restrictions and influence of algorithms and corporate interests. You know, we brought all of the best creators together, like me, into one place. And it's somewhere we can make better content and that you can watch it without interruptions, without ads. We don't want that. You don't want that. It infuriates me. And guess what? It's cheap. Cheaper than I realized at first. Just a few bucks a month. And even better, I can get you 40% off, $36 a year, or a cheap coffee a month at my QR code. That is really important. It tells them that I sent you. Oh, and I didn't even mention this isn't the only video you can watch right now. I've got a whole other one on the burdens of being a god, which is all about the oldest question in the world, and one which shows up in fantasy and sci-fi all the time. How hard is it to be an overpowered godlike entity? And then after you've watched the videos, which I've got up there right now for you to watch, you can watch things like The Sojourn, which is this amazing sci-fi audio drama, which I really think people will love, especially if you like something like Pantheon. You're gonna love that. It's amazing, big ideas, big sci-fi. There is stuff that I want to tell you about which is coming, but I cannot just yet. But of course, you know what you're gonna want to watch way better than me, so the most important thing is that you check it out for yourself. If you're passionate about writing and world building and fiction, then Nebula is where you want to be alongside the hundreds of thousands of other people who have already joined us. And make sure to click the link because it's way cheaper. Link down below. Join us today. I will see you there. But let's bring all of this into a beautiful discussion summary. Overpowered characters can create problems for their narratives, meaning we have to find new sources of tension. This can come from the physical and emotional costs of their power, the fallout, the personal and societal struggles it creates for them. 2. Overpowered characters don't need to just be defined by their power. Look at their backstory, their choices, their internal struggles and desires. They're essential to shaping their arc as they potentially become distanced from humanity. 3. These stories dive into the nature of power itself, asking philosophical questions about its use and the impact on those who wield it. 4. The mere presence of their overwhelming power can change how the rest of the world operates and how other characters relate to them. In the end, it's not just Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats lightning bolt powers which matter, it's how he uses them. Power carries a price. As writers, we get to play with that, what these characters choose to do, what it costs them, and how they navigate a world that's forever changed by the mere presence of their power. And I don't think that we need to sacrifice tension or interest just because there's a huge amount of power involved, just because the story needs to account for that. But I want to know who your favorite OP character is.
Warp drive active.
I miss the MCU, and I'm sure when I say that, most of you know what I mean, but I'm sure there's also some of you who are thinking, John, the MCU's still going, there's all sorts of new stuff to watch. And you're right. And I do. I have watched every single MCU entry from Iron Man to Deadpool and Wolverine, and I intend on keeping up with the franchise. But when I say I miss the MCU, I mean I miss this.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I had a date.
Finish it. Because I'm with you to the end of the line. We are Groot. I could do this all day.
Do you truly
Warp
think
drive
so?
active.
Loki, I thought the world of you.
The Infinity Saga, or more specifically Iron Man through Avengers Endgame. I specified because Spider-Man Far From Home is technically part of the Infinity Saga, but it would make more sense thematically and release-wise if it was the first entry of the Multiverse Saga, so that's what I consider it. Sorry, Scorsese, but the MCU is a staple of film. It is a piece of movie making and storytelling that will be remembered forever. It is so impactful and so memorable that every single studio on the planet attempts to turn every franchise into the next MCU. And some studios try this not once, not twice, but 3 whole times. Frickin' Dune got a spin-off prequel show because God forbid we just make a trilogy of movies and call it a day. Do I have anything against Dune Prophecy? No, I actually think the show looks pretty good and I still need to watch it, but it is an easy example to point to. Back to the MCU though, it is not at all a hot take to say that Marvel has dropped off post-Endgame. They still release some good stuff. WandaVision, Loki, Spider-Man No Way Home, Shang-Chi, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and Deadpool and Wolverine are all clear examples that Marvel can still reach the heights they were once at, but it's just not the same as it once was. There is magic to the Infinity Saga that we have been missing ever since. Not just in Marvel, but in storytelling in general. It feels like the strengths of the MCU were ignored by everyone in their attempts to copy it, and yes, that applies to Marvel as well. The things that made the Infinity Saga great are the things that make the Multiverse Saga bad. Let's knock this one out of the way first, because despite the fact that this is a 22-movie saga, I feel like I have the least to say about this point. Marvel breaks its movies down into phases, with the Infinity Saga making up the first 3. However, there is something they did with this saga that they did not do with the Multiverse Saga, and that is establishing a purpose for each phase. People always ask the question, and I'm going to ask it once again in this video, what are phases 4 and 5 about? You have a show about Wanda moving on from her grief and becoming Scarlet Witch, and then a show 1 month later about Sam becoming Captain America. This makes enough sense, focusing on the legacy of the heroes we lost as the characters they meant the most to figure out how to move on in the world without them. But then we get a show about Loki finding out about Kang the Conqueror, and then a movie about a character that's dead, meaning it can't exactly tie into the point of what it seems like those first couple entries were. And while it seems like the first season of Loki is supposed to be kicking off the main story of the next saga, before we can get a follow-up to it, we get an animated series that doesn't even deliver on its promise, a martial arts movie that contains to this day the only setup the Multiverse Saga has given us about a new Avengers movie, Eternals, a movie that very clearly wishes it wasn't in the MCU, and let's be honest, we'll never see any of these characters again, a fun Christmas show, a Spider-Man movie that uses the multiverse to provide the audiences with the fan-servicey third act they seem to want so bad, a show that doesn't reference the MCU at all and vice versa, a Doctor Strange movie that doesn't know if it wants to be an MCU movie or a Sam Raimi movie, a show about Miss Marvel that seems more concerned with setting up mutants than the actual thing the saga's supposed to be about, a Thor movie so bad people never want to see the character again, I Am Groot, a show that's remembered for 2 things, being a disappointment and giving us Daredevil, yet another character to follow, a Black Panther sequel that loses all the nuance and subtlety of its predecessor and again has nothing to do with anything that came before, 2 very well-regarded holiday specials, one of which is a very early tease for Midnight Suns despite the fact that we haven't set up the multiverse yet, and finally, the movie Kang is actually in, and killed 2 hours later. In a movie so disliked that Marvel decided to cancel their plans altogether and now use a villain that has not been mentioned by name, shown, or been teased at all, less than 2 years before the Avengers movie that's supposed to conclude the saga, directed by the guys who made Infinity War and Endgame and starring Robert Downey Jr. because we screwed up early and now it's too late to fix it, but if the audience sees things they're familiar with, they'll show up. Do you see the problem here? Compare this to the Infinity Saga. Each phase is clearly defined, with each movie connecting into the next in a seamless and important way. Phase 1 is about the world being introduced to these heroes for the first time, slowly realizing they're all connected to each other and fighting for the same thing despite not knowing it. And it culminates in them all assembling to deal with the thing they have all been unintentionally fighting against this entire time. Phase 2 serves as a bridge between phases 1 and 3, focusing on the aftermath of what the Avengers means. Tony Stark is full of PTSD because an alien army came to Earth, and he's now working tirelessly to be ready for when a bigger threat arrives. Thor is taking this opportunity after becoming a full-on hero to fix the 9 realms and learn where his true place in the universe is. And Steve Rogers joins S.H.I.E.L.D. because it's the biggest sense of normalcy he could find after coming out of the ice, and it gives him a reason to be ready to fight. It also tests the characters, forcing Tony to face his mistakes in a way he's never had to before, Thor having to risk everything he loves for the greater good, and Steve, a man of order and honor, coming face to face with corruption and betrayal. But because they've now introduced the world to the Avengers, Phase 2 is able to build the world out, giving us new characters like the Guardians of the Galaxy and Ant-Man. And at first, while it seems like they're disconnected, Ant-Man makes a point to show how Scott connects into the larger world, while Guardians establishes their connection through the Infinity Stones, and it all sets the stage for Phase 3. Phase 3 being when the conflict with the Infinity Stones grows, and even the projects that don't have anything to do with Infinity Stones make it clear that everything in this franchise exists for a reason. Infinity Stones are not crucial to the plot of Civil War in any way.
What makes a good villain? How should antagonists be written so that the audience will find them intriguing, compelling, and intimidating? What components of a bad guy's presentation will make the audience tremble in their seats? There are, of course, numerous answers to those questions. Obviously, not all villains are going to be formed from the same mold. Your antagonist is not required to have the indomitable strength and toughness of the Viltrumites, nor must he be as maniacally, gleefully destructive as Heath Ledger's Joker. Nor does he need to have the sheer weight of inevitability carried by death in Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. All excellent villains who could hardly be more different, save for one crucial shared characteristic, which is, of course, well, I'll let the experts on fear and intimidation tell you.
It's all about presence.
The universe of Star Wars has no shortage of villains with fearsome and unique presences. Darth Vader is naturally the preeminent example. His mere appearance upon his introduction is enough to inspire fear, a feeling that only deepens when the viewer learns of his immense mystical power, all backed up by his calm, measured demeanor that serves as a facade for his anger and hatred, which you do not want to see unleashed. Darth Maul similarly poses an intimidating figure simply through his character design, and his ferocity in combat proves his looks to be entirely undeceiving. While I don't love that they yada-yada'd him back to life purely because it gives lightsabers as killing weapons just a lot less weight, he was truly a fearsome antagonist in the Clone Wars. Maul was ruthless, vicious, and had the power and skill to back up his confident bearing. His former master, of course, stands tall, all figuratively, as one of the most intimidating figures in Star Wars history. Palpatine's seeming omniscience during his unseen political manipulations made him a formidable and frightful opponent, even from the shadows. And then we get to the sequels, and find Kylo Ren imitating it, not quite aping the visage of Darth Vader, and it's gone. No, it's back. Are we supposed to be scared of this guy or attracted to him? I can't tell. Well, Snoke certainly appears to be quite the fearsome figure, looming larger than life over his subordinates. Oh, never mind, he's dead. And it was super easy, actually. Well, at least there's General Hux, giving that ferocious speech to his loyal legions, and he's falling victim to a 1990s cell phone joke.
Active.
Well, maybe he can recover from that.
I'm the spy.
Never mind. But my intent here is not to crap on the sequels, nor even to praise the original trilogy or Clone Wars, but rather to examine a character who followed all of that, as we experience time anyway, if not in the timeline of Star Wars. So let's examine one of the best written villains from one of the best written shows of recent years. And in the process, we will, of course, discuss some rules on how to write a villain with an intimidating presence. More specifically, I will lay out guidelines on how to turn a seemingly normal, ordinary person into a truly terrifying antagonist. Before I can get to those, however, I'd like to ask you to consider supporting my channel by joining my Patreon, which gives you access to our Discord as well as behind-the-scenes content and the ability to vote in polls for future video ideas. Patreon.com/MasterSamway is linked in the description. If you want to learn more about it, stick around till after the essay ends, or if you want to just do something for free, you can go subscribe over at Lift, Die, Repeat, which is where I play video games and work out when I fail, so that's fun too. The subject of this discussion is, of course, Dedra Meero, who serves as the main antagonist in Andor. I suppose that's a bit of an oversimplification. After all, Cassian Andor never even sees Lieutenant Meero, and I think she, at most, catches a glimpse of him. The conflicts in Andor are as numerous as they are complex. But if you had to single out someone as the main bad guy from the show, I imagine you'd have to pick Dedra, despite the fact that she doesn't even show up until the 4th episode. Until that point, Deputy Inspector Cyril Karn had served as the central antagonist, as he was the one actively hunting Cassian, but we'll return more to his character later on. Dedra is very much Cyril's replacement, but when we are introduced to her, it is not in a grand or even remotely dramatic fashion. Quite literally, the first thing we see Lieutenant Meero do is simply walk to work. The following scene is a meeting. A daily, first thing in the morning, what are we up to today meeting. Aside from the fact that it is being conducted and attended by members of the Third Galactic Reich, it could be any meeting from any company anywhere in the world. Even Dedra Meero's first line of dialogue is entirely bland and corporate.
We're here to further security objectives by collecting intelligence, providing useful analysis.
As her supervisor notes, those words are straight from the ISB handbook. That is how you write exposition well. By exposition, I mean characters telling the audience about other characters or about the world in which they live. Dedra's line lets the audience know roughly who these people are and what they do. It doesn't go into extreme detail, which is good, as the audience should be allowed to fill in the blanks with their imaginations. And more importantly, it tells us something about her. If a character must exposit, and even the best stories that show not tell the best do include exposition, the expository dialogue should always build the character too. There must always be subtext buried underneath the obvious. Dedra, quoting from the ISB manual, tells us that she is an attentive and dedicated employee, that she is not afraid to speak up when others are hesitant to make their voices heard, that she is lightly ambitious, and we might even infer that she is somewhat new here, that perhaps she hasn't heard the following monologue that the Major has doubtless given a dozen times over.
We are healthcare providers. We treat sickness. We identify symptoms.
Why Dedra is all those things is not yet clear, but for now that doesn't really matter. What does matter is that the writing in this show is adhering to rule number 1 for writing a normal yet intimidating villain. Make them relatable. While I'm sure that few of us have Dedra's passion for her work, that is likely because our day jobs tend to be the ones that we have to do rather than the ones we truly want to do. But we as humans tend to have a strong want to work at something worth doing. We long to be dedicated to a meaningful project of some nature, and we typically admire those who are diligent at their tasks. It's clear from the start that Dedra is, if nothing else, a good employee. Her naivete in that initial meeting is an indication that she is optimistic, even idealistic, and audiences, being made up of people after all, are inclined to like and relate to positive, agreeable people. After all, we all think ourselves to be quite agreeable. The other lovely little dash of relatability that Tony Gilroy sprinkled on Dedra's character was that he made her an underdog within the ISB. Again, we as
Warp drive active.
Are you the protectors of this world?
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now marked for death.
Yes, Queen! Yes, Queen!
And now a word from our sponsor.
This video is sponsored by Proton VPN. Proton came to life in 2014.
The Falcon and the Winter Soldier was a masterpiece demonstration of modern writers' inability to separate fictional and real-world politics. A story that was supposed to be set amid the fallout of the blip damn near forgot about the blip entirely, so obsessed was it with cramming in as many faddish progressive bromides as possible. To criticize the largely fictitious problem of redlining, it laughably pretended that Avengers had no money. To propagate its black martyrdom myths, it decided that everybody who didn't notice or care that there were black people in the Avengers suddenly noticed, cared, and disliked that there were black people in the Avengers. Having given Sam the shield because he was black, they used their own show to argue with people who noticed they'd given him the shield because he was black. Having nominally justified that choice because Sam was Steve's wingman, they had him repudiate Steve's values of personal virtue, self-reliance, and the pursuit of the right even when the country is in the wrong, in favor of a speech imploring politicians to take care of all of the world's problems. And to squeeze in protest placard quality slogans about refugees, the show overlooked that the refugees it created and championed were pretty happy with the notions of mass theft and genocide.
You have to stop calling them terrorists.
Yeah, fuck you, they were terrorists. The MCU was right, as I've said, to ditch that kind of fourth wall breaking preachy nonsense. The problem is, and I do suspect we're in for a lot more of it over the next few years of movies, is that studios seldom see a lesson without learning the wrong one. The answer to subordinating fictional to real-world politics is not to ditch fictional politics. It's to enforce the separation between these two distinct categories. Movies and shows the director claims as his inspiration for whatever movie he thought he was making, 3 Days of the Condor, The Manchurian Candidate, Point Blank, The Wire, they all have internal politics. It is very hard to make a political espionage conspiracy thriller without politics. But the rules for such productions are similar to the rules that make for the best political satire. In none of Yes Minister, Yes Prime Minister, The Thick of It, In the Loop, Veep, and so on, do you ever learn which party is in power, because these shows satirize, amongst other things, the degeneracy of the party system of government. Particulars might provide color, but universals provide core content. Corruption, skullduggery, and venality cross party political lines. And the same holds in thrillers like Condor, where the sinister machinations of shady groups with a penchant for extrajudicial killing are a threat to the hero, who is a stand-in for every man. The politics, subtextual or textual, is that villains threaten us, and where government is party to villainy, it is seen to be betraying the nation as a whole. This is hard to pull off though, when your politics as a writer are the type espoused in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which demonstrates a paradoxical faith in government and disdain for the nation it governs. If your real gripe is with the people of your nation, and with the ideals of the nation itself, then protecting these things from the man is unlikely to be your primary concern. A universalist political thriller where the government must be protected from the voters is, put politely, a quixotic proposition. Speaking of quixotic propositions, you're often told when reviewing some slop bucket movie that it's as if the thing was written by AI. But this is not true. The sad fact of the matter is that AI has much more respect for quality and continuity than the kind of useless humans now employed to write major Hollywood productions, which is why the Writers Guild of America went on strike to stop its talentless hacks being replaced by computers. Doubt this contention? Well, that's where this video's sponsor comes in. Polybuzz is a chatbot AI with over 1 million downloads that allows you to speak to many of the world's most colorful, real, and fictional people. Hey, Donnie T, how would you save the MCU? Oh, the movies. Well, I'd start by cutting out all the political correctness nonsense and make it great again. Add more patriotic action scenes and bring back some classic villains. I think he might have a point. What an interesting suggestion. Which villain best represents the MAGA agenda? Mr. President. Wait, what? Red Skull? Listen, love him or hate him, the man, he has takes. There are more than 20 million characters with whom you can chat for free. If you think the database is missing some important and obscure person from history, or would benefit from a character from your own warped imagination, you can make them yourself. Create their look, their personality, their voice, their background, and either keep them locked in your digital dungeon for private use or inflict them upon the world. You can give this a trial run, including a whole bunch of premium features, if you go to the link in my description and use my code CORD. All chats are private, confidential, and unrestricted, within the confines of community standards, of course. Polybuzz is available across Android, iOS, and via its website, and it has a grading system to ensure its content is suitable for the age of the user. Whether you're into roleplay, character creation, or just looking for memes, Polybuzz is a pretty fun way to spend your time. Once again, you can give Polybuzz a go, including premium features like a better AI model with longer memory, 0 ads, and unlimited chats by going to the link in my description and using my code CHORD. And now back to this disaster.
For me, Captain America represents a lot of different things, and I don't think the term, America should be one of those representations. Like, it's about a man who keeps his word, who has honor, dignity, and integrity. Someone who is trustworthy and dependable.
It's perfectly possible, desirable even, to tell a story where your hero and your villain battle to represent your country and its ideals, which I suspect is what we were supposed to get, hence those trailer shots of Stearns dressed as Uncle Sam. This is kind of what we got with The Winter Soldier and with Civil War as well, which pits Steve Rogers and his quintessentially American soul against the American state as it had become. Winter Soldier set known rights and ancient liberties against a national security state that acceded without realizing it to the premise of its enemies, that freedom is the problem.
We're gonna neutralize a lot of threats before they even happen.
But the punishment usually came after the crime.
can't afford it. For once, we're way ahead of the curve.
By holding a gun to everyone on Earth, you're calling it protection.
In the name of good, the state accrued to itself so much power that the enemy could waltz in through the front door and find all his work had been done for him. The theme of Winter Soldier is an expression of Benjamin Franklin's famous saying, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Captain America Civil War added nuance to this by correctly discerning that the demands of freedom and control are impossible to fully reconcile. Both Tony and Steve have good points, and the movie gives each the space to make them, resolving as it does with the conclusion that there is no perfect resolution. But in both cases, the dilemma, which is philosophical but also absolutely political, is both perfectly diegetic and admirably universal. It makes sense in its universe, and it is relatable to everybody in ours. But nobody at that time doubted that Steve Rogers as Captain America represented the best of America. The clue is in the name. The version of Sam Wilson created by The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, on the other hand, took Anthony Mackie's reflexive cultural cringe, the instinct to separate your nation from its highest ideals, and applied it to the nth degree. What, in the version of this movie that got panned by test screen victims, was the argument between Stearns and Sam supposed to be? You're fighting for a moral abyss, an ethical shit-stained nation, a corrupt and abusive system, says Stearns. Yeah, I guess, says Sam, but that's why the senators gotta do better. None of this is to say that your heroes shouldn't doubt themselves and their values from time to time. Superheroes, by their very nature, are excellent vehicles to interrogate first principles. Think Matt Murdock versus Frank Castle in their rooftop debate in Daredevil. But an American audience has every right to expect that Captain America should, in the end, embody the best of the American people, the best values of the nation, and not conclude that the American people are racist bigots who need to do better. I was about to call this the unspoken subtext of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but actually, it's spoken explicitly and repeatedly. There is no contradiction between the national and the universal when your nation is founded to embody the universal. It is only because of the high ideals of the American founding that we can say definitively when it fell short. Nobody in Britain prefers Captain Britain to Captain America because Captain America speaks to the best in us as well. So, there is no reason whatsoever that Captain America 4 couldn't have kept cogent internal politics in its political thriller without indulging in the type of writing that is masochistic about its own culture and sadistic in inflicting Captain Kendi on its audience. Julia Louis-Dreyfus's Contessa de Fontaine, as head of the CIA, cynically manipulating the criminal serpent society to steal adamantium from her own government, would perfectly fit the kind of Manchurian point-blank condor model the director claims were his inspirations. While audiences probably are much more attuned to and skeptical of even the faintest whiff of political posturing these days, given it stunk the place out for many years, I'm pretty sure enough of them understand the difference between diegetic universal politics and non-diegetic partisan lecturing. If the test scores were truly so poor because of the movie's politics, it's probably because Captain America went around calling us all racist again while the sympathetic villain was excused for his mass murder because his critique of American capitalism was actually spot on. But overreacting to that criticism, junking the non-diegetic lecturing but throwing out the diegetic in-universe politics along with it, as seems to have happened to this movie, left us with a broken and empty shell of a film with nothing to say and nothing worth grabbing onto. Generic villains steal massively important adamantium, more on that in later movies, I guess, under orders from evil Dr. Crotchrot to get back at a president with no policies because he vaguely wronged him maybe 2 decades ago, I guess. Yeah, how fucking forgettable. That brings us, inevitably and at long last, to the film's titular character, Captain Falcon. Sam Wilson was always a bad choice to take up the shield. A perfectly serviceable wingman for the Captain America, there really wasn't enough, in his whopping 30 minutes of screen time across phases 2 and 3, to get anybody interested in what story might be told with him, because there was no evidence there was a story to tell with him. film. Bucky Barnes, having been at or near the center of two important movies, was the natural narrative successor. A super soldier, so capable of Steve Rogers' physical feats, but would he have had the mental strength to shoulder all the baggage he brings? How would the country react to the Shield of America being held by a man who was once the most lethal agent of the Soviet Union, the man who killed JFK? Can Bucky overcome his past? Can America forgive and forget? There is tremendous story potential in both his self-doubt and the doubts of the nation and the world that he serves, and a natural hero's journey arc that begins with the refusal of the call and culminates in his return with the elixir, having proven both to himself and to the world that he is worthy to inherit the mantle. Importantly, and in contradistinction to Sam Wilson, significant work was done setting all of this up for Bucky across phases 2 and 3. Sam, on the other hand, he had to be reinvented, pretty much from scratch. The MCU by the time of Endgame was already showing signs of things to come. Baffling story choices determined by nothing more integral to its narrative than vague socio-political gesturing. If you'd asked Steve Rogers why 2 minutes after giving Sam the shield he had made the choice he made, I'm pretty sure he'd have said something like,
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to
But Endgame's writers didn't bother trying to put themselves in the mind of a man they thought would be gone for good once the end credits appeared 5 minutes later. They just thought it'd look good to have him give the shield to a black man for the vibes. And so that's what happened. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier was then the first chance to actually give Sam the character of a Captain America. It was the writer's first chance to decide what kind of hero he would be. And oh my God, did they cock it up. Where Bucky would have had the story-natural distrust of those who, in universe, remember what he did and who he used to fight for, Sam Wilson was given the story-unnatural post-hoc burden of racist America to overcome. It is damned near impossible to trace a line between a Sam Wilson who braved arrest to support Steve Rogers, a Sam Wilson who looked up to and admired the ideals Steve represented, and the Sam Wilson who gave moral cover to terrorists, blamed the country for all his problems, and demanded that the government fix everything for him in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. The Sam Wilson who refused to sign the Sokovia Accords would not have looked at the Global Repatriation Council and said, yeah, you'll be fine just as long as you exercise your unchecked power properly. If it seems especially absurd that Sam Wilson did all these things in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, it's because the superhero genre is the natural home of those who value personal merit, virtue, duty, responsibility, and the individual spirit, and yet the genre has been taken over by people who disdain all of these things. Taken to its logical end point, the worldview of the Falcon and the Winter Soldier would have no need of superheroes, because it would have social programs instead. Equity eliminates saints and sinners alike. Terrorists can be cured with a little income redistribution. We can fix supervillains with the administration of a little government assistance. Damn near all of that cancerous sludge was chemoed out of Brave New World, thankfully, but this created another problem. We didn't know why Sam got the shield in Endgame. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier was supposed to answer that question and define what type of Captain America he would be. Excise that show, pretend it didn't happen, remove its themes, get rid of its conclusions, switch Sam back to the blank slate he was at the end of Endgame, and you're back to square one. Why does Sam have the shield? What kind of Captain America is he? What values does he embody? And the answer is, he's got a cool suit. This really does need stressing. This was a Captain America movie. Yet what journey did Captain America go on in this Captain America movie? Well, he started out kicking ass and being awesome and invincible and right about everything. From there, he progressed into kicking ass and being awesome and invincible and right about everything. For about 5 minutes toward the end of the movie, he arbitrarily developed self-doubt. Oh, he said, I should have taken the super serum, like Steve did, and like you did, Bucky, because that's the only reason you're capable of fighting the foes you fight. This is the lesson I learned from fighting side by side with you for many years. I reduced you to the super serum. Ho hum, if I'd taken that super serum, maybe Eagle Twink wouldn't have face-planted an ICBM. But then he was reminded by Congressman-elect Bucky Barnes, no less, that he does indeed kick ass and is awesome and invincible, and he's right about everything. Confidence restored, he awesomely and invincibly and rightly beats the big bad. Then he goes to visit Eagle Twink in hospital, where he is outright told that he is awesome and invincible and right about everything. The Sam Wilson who lost a wingman in Afghanistan, who got beaten up by the Winter Soldier, who lost to fucking Ant-Man, who got Rhodey paralyzed from friendly fire, who got blipped because the Avengers failed to stop Thanos. He tells poor Eagle Twink, smarting from his own failure, that he, Sam Wilson, Captain America, the invincible, the awesome, the strong, the right about everything, he never fails. Because to fail is to be a failure and fail all the people who rely on you. That is not something a truly awesome and invincible and right about everything character does. That is not something our new Captain America does, because that's just the kind of guy he is. Awesome, invincible, and right about everything. If he were a woman, we'd call him a Mary Sue. What made Steve Rogers interesting was the man, not the muscles. Steve was arguably the weakest of the superpowered Avengers team, being basically a taller and faster man, but the qualities he had when he was the shorter, weaker, slower, asthmatic kid from Brooklyn were what made him the ideal leader of the group and the ideal role model for people around the world to look up to. The courage, the modesty, the self-sacrifice of an older America played off brilliantly against the genius, the ego, and the selfish brilliance of a more modern mascot, whose technology and resources nonetheless empowered Steve to do many of the things he did. But the all-important thing was that if you took away the shield, Steve Rogers was still Steve Rogers.
That shield doesn't belong to you. You don't deserve it. My father made that shield.
If you take away the suit from Sam Wilson, if you simply stop calling him Captain America, what is he? Well, he just kind of exists. And to think they want him to lead the Avengers. Captain America Brave New World is the monster Frankenstein would have created had he first drunk 3 bottles of cheap scotch and had himself lobotomized to cure his crippling depression. It resembles a hellishly uninspired jigsaw completed by a bored child with a hammer. None of the pieces are in the right place. Half of them came from the wrong box, and they've been mashed into a generic pulp for roughly the amount of money it would cost to eliminate AIDS in the bottom half of Africa. There are somewhere between 3 and 15 different movies crammed into this one film, but as best I've been able to work out, the plot is as follows. The movie begins with Captain Falcon and his sidekick, Eagle Twink, on a mission to rescue hostages and retrieve an important McMuffin from a bunch of terrorists who showed up for the reshoots and demanded to be put into the movie. Hey, funny coincidence, The Winter Soldier also opened with Captain America and Natasha Romanoff on a mission to rescue hostages and retrieve an important McMuffin from a bunch of terrorists. Once the mission is completed, Captain Falcon vaguely worries that something was odd about his mission. It is strongly implied that all is not as it seems. Somebody was manipulating things behind the scenes. Much like Winter Soldier, where Cap worried that something was odd about his mission, and it was strongly implied that all was not as it seemed, and that somebody was manipulating things behind the scenes. Captain Falcon and Eagle Twink pick up their old friend, Captain Race Allegory, from the Falcon and the Winter Soldier show, and they go off to meet President Thunderbolt Ross, now a grumpy old man played by the Pedro Pascal of Grumpy Old Men, Harrison Ford. President Ford Mark II is on a mission to make America great again to prove to his daughter that he is a changed man. You remember his daughter, right? Arwen. His daughter is Arwen from The Lord of the Rings. She's Bruce Banner's ex-girlfriend from that 17-year-old Incredible Hulk movie that nobody is quite sure belongs in the MCU. Truly, we have all been waiting to see how that story ends, and a Captain America movie in 2025 is obviously the place to end it. At some point in in the recent past, everybody remembered that a giant god erupted from the Earth's core in that Eternals movie that about 5 people liked. We really are tying up all the loose ends in this movie. That it is a giant dead god is as interesting to Captain America Brave New World as the fact Eternals ended with Arishem the Judge promising to come back and cast his verdict upon humanity for its sins, which is to say, it isn't interested in that at all. Oh no! The really important thing is that they've discovered that the giant dead god statue is made of adamantium, and an odd assortment of the world's nations, France, India, America, and Japan, because the Chinese weren't available, have been vying for control of this precious new resource. It's billed as being even better than vibranium, partly because it is harder, better, faster, and stronger, and partly because it is not under the exclusive control of a racist ethno-state named Wakanda. But President Ford has a grand plan to unite the world's peoples. He has been working on a treaty, you see. A treaty that would ensure the adamantium is, and I quote, shared fairly and equitably with the whole world. This is what you do with immensely important strategic resources with massive national security implications. You share them equitably with Cuba. President Ford asks Captain Falcon if he would consider reforming the Avengers, which I mention here because you'd think that would be incredibly relevant to the movie that follows. But it isn't. And then, oh no, Captain Race Allegory pulls a gun and he shoots at President Ford and he misses. He runs off, but he's captured and surrounded, only for Captain Falcon to find that he doesn't remember what he just did. A super soldier who commits a grave crime but forgets all about it because he's been mind controlled? Well, gee, golly gosh, and fuck me up the wrong, and this sounds awfully familiar too. Captain Falcon insists that Captain Race Allegory is really innocent, but President Ford sacks him on the spot and condemns another innocent black man to death row in order that the movie has a ticking clock. I mean, yes, the average time people spend on death row is more than a decade, so the clock's ticking very slowly, but it is important, you see, because the movie needs Captain Falcon and Eagle Twink to go off on a private investigation against the wishes of their own government with the vague impression that this is all a race against time. Because this is what happens in The Winter Soldier.
What in the world happened to make you shoot at the president? I don't know. You gotta give me more than I don't know.
Who was he?
I don't know.
People are dead. The bombing, the setup, the doctor did all that just to get 10 minutes with you. I need you to do better than I don't know.
It's not stealing, it's just a coincidence, okay? All of it, every time it happens, just many, many coincidences. In Winter Soldier, the government tries to hunt Steve and Nat down, though, while in this movie, Captain America and Evil Twink are allowed to keep all their equipment and toddle about the country unmolested. In the course of his toddling, Captain Falcon gets ambushed in his van by Gus Fring, head of the evil terrorists from earlier, because in Winter Soldier, Nick Fury also gets attacked in his van. Truly excellent work by the writers of this movie, Mr. Control and Mr. V. But he beats Gus and he steals his phone, and he receives a call from a mysterious villain who tells him he won't like what's coming next. Using illegal Twink, just because he's Mexican. Using Eagle Twink's elite hacksaw skills, they trace the call to a remote military installation and they head off to investigate. Because in Winter Soldier, Cap and Nat head off to a remote military installation to investigate. In a basement lab, stop me if you've heard this one before, they encounter an evil super genius with a grudge who has been manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Winter Soldier had a goofy German AI, Brave New World has a goofy broccoli man.
He imprisoned me here without a trial. After an infusion of gamma warped the structure of my brain.
This is Stearns. He's from the 2008 Hulk movie as well. Someone remind me whose sequel this is? Stearns has been developing evil mind control technology, and he also has President Ford's medical information on file. His superpower is that his brain is so big it is literally exploding out of the top of his head, and this gives him the unique abilities of an average sports betting shop. He claims he sees in odds and in probabilities, and that all his plans are laid in accordance with same. The one thing he hasn't correctly predicted thus far is Captain Falcon. But now he has him at his mercy, locked in his basement lab, and he summons in a bunch of his guards armed with fucking shock sticks, for God's sake. Why didn't you bring guns or knives? Had they come armed with guns or with knives, Captain Falcon and Eagle Twink would have died several times over in this very short scene. But the man who sees all the odds was unable to predict that they would survive non-lethal weaponry. Dr. Broccoli runs off, and then with the help of a lady midget, Sam and Eagle Twink escape to fight another day. Meanwhile, President Ford has been unable to convince France, India, and Japan, the axis of overrated cuisine, to sign his treaty. The Japanese accuse him of faking the theft of their adamantium at the beginning of the movie, and though they can't come up with a convincing motive for him to do something like that, they decide that World War III is probably the mature response.
Oh no, it's the Japanese!
So President Ford flies out to lead his Navy strike group against the Japanese fleet that is sailing toward the giant dead god that is also adamantium, because the Japanese forgot how it went down the last time they were in a world war against the Americans. Captain Falcon and Eagle Twink arrive on the ship to interrogate President Ford about his medical files being in the possession of an evil vegetable. Yep, fugitives are just allowed to fly at and land on warships commanded by the President of the United States in person. You've got this far into the movie, it's a bit late to start asking questions now. President Ford admits that he was working with Evil Broccoli Man because he had a fatal heart condition, and Evil Broccoli was the only one who could make the pills to cure it. It was vital that it be cured because President Ford wants a chance to prove to his daughter that he is a changed man. He's no longer the violent military chap who wrecked half a city in a bid to kill her ex-boyfriend. He says all of this while leading the charge into World War III. I note this without comment. Before this can go anywhere, oh no! Dr. Broccoli, back in America, murders a random admiral, and this allows him to use a phone to contact 2 specific fighter jets in the Indian Ocean and play the mind control song at the pilots, so they go rogue and they attack the Japanese. It's like Pearl Harbor, but in reverse. Captain Falcon and Eagle Twink go out to try and calm the situation down, during which Eagle Twink gets badly wounded because he thought he could blow up a missile at point-blank range and survive. Silly bastard didn't realize he's not the protagonist, so his suit isn't made of vibranium and he is not completely invincible. Captain Falcon, on the other hand, though, he is completely invincible. His entire suit is made of vibranium, meaning there are absolutely no stakes in any of the fights he's involved in until right at the end when the movie decides that vibranium is fragile after all. Aboard the ship, Dr. Broccoli has got a direct line to President Ford's headset, and he tries to goad him into being very angry, knowing that if he gets very angry, President Ford will turn into Red Hulk. If that happens, he will destroy the Japanese, probably trigger World War III, and that in turn will destroy his legacy, which is what Dr. Broccoli wants? Yeah, more on his plan presently. It could all have been foiled if President Ford just took his fucking headphones off, but he doesn't think to do that. I guess Dr. Broccoli figured that President Ford is a character in the MCU, so the odds of him being were favorable. I'm pretty sure this big set piece was supposed to be the original final battle scene for the movie, but then they decided that adding another 15 minutes would fix its woeful test screen scores. So just as President Ford is about to Hulk out, Captain Falcon takes out the last of the 2 rogue fighters, and this convinces the Japanese that the Americans weren't trying to Pearl Harbor them after all. They were all being played. This makes Dr. Broccoli very, very, very cringe. Crisis averted, we jump to Eagle Twink's hospital bed sometime later, where Bucky Barnes shows up to console Captain Falcon and reassure him that he was definitely the right man to get Cap's shield. Bucky is now running for US Congress, inexplicably, but at least it explains why he's capable of telling such barefaced lies. He tells Captain Falcon that Steve gave him the shield because he is not a super soldier, meaning that everyone can see themselves in him and admire him and idolize him properly, in a way they just couldn't if he were a super soldier, like Steve Rogers himself. The point is somewhat undermined by the fact that Captain Falcon's vibranium suit makes him completely invincible, and his new power set now outmatches Iron Man, Thorn, and the Hulk combined. So the absence of super soldier serum is an entirely moot point. Yes, kids, I know you struggle to relate to Steve Rogers because of his good character and his awesome strength, but if you have a special relationship with the Wakandans, then you too can be a ludicrously overpowered action figure. Aren't you inspired? Peculiar moral lesson imparted, Bucky wisely, in the words of the Reddit thread that spoiled this laughable plot many weeks ago, nopes the fuck out of the movie. A film that steals most of the plot from Winter Soldier, that is about mind-controlled double agents, features the one guy with unique knowledge of all of this for about 3 minutes of screen time that is entirely disconnected from anything he might have been able to help with. After yet another time skip of indeterminate length, President Ford is giving a speech outside the White House. Even though he was last seen rushing headlong into World War III, he says he promised he'd be a peacemaking president, and it's finally time to get his treaty signed. But oh no, Dr. Broccoli turns up on the scene and he tells Captain Falcon, who is just sitting around waiting for the plot to catch up with him, that he ruined all of his plans, so now he has no choice but to turn himself in to get what he wants. Turning himself in has absolutely no bearing on anything that's about to happen, but the movie long ago gave up any pretense at logic. President Ford is already getting angry at the media, asking him inane questions about the Third World War he almost started, and then Dr. Broccoli plays an entirely context-free recording of a conversation that could have been faked between the two of them, during which President Ford vaguely admits to helping Dr. Broccoli and working with him. This dubious expose tips President Ford over the edge. He becomes Red Hulk and he starts trashing the two most important symbols of American democracy, the White House and self-important journalists. I did say we'd come back to Dr. Broccoli's plans. Doc Brock, if you will. No. His plan, you see, is that he wants to trash President Ford's reputation because President Ford promised him freedom if he cured his heart disease and made him president. But then he went back on his word for some reason. Dr. Broccoli was working with President Ford for many, many years. It was thanks to his scheming and his predictions that Ford did get himself elected.
I have to admit, I'm still getting used to the new look.
Yeah, well, they said lose the mustache or lose the election.
Yeah, that Doc Brock, he really is a genius. But all along, he was secretly filling Ford's heart pills with gamma radiation. The White House medical team never picked up on this, apparently. And now, President Ford's true nature that Doc Brock manufactured is clear for all to see. This is how he will ruin his legacy. The Dr. Broccoli's original plan would plausibly have resulted in the whole world burning in the fires of nuclear war, which might have overshadowed the whole legacy and revenge question, seemingly didn't occur to him. That he already had all of the information he needed to tarnish President Ford's legacy by just revealing the secret evil experiments and the mind control and the super soldier program and the other illegalities. Well, that didn't occur to him either. He could have told the whole world that President Ford split the Avengers by pressing for the Sokovia Accords and so left the world vulnerable to Thanos, and I'm pretty sure that might have wrecked his legacy as well. But never mind, we need our big Red Hulk finale because, you know, the McDonald's toys, they came out last year, so we were kind of stuck with it. Dr. Broccoli predicts that if Captain Falcon tries to stop Red Hulk, Captain Falcon will surely die. But by now it should be abundantly clear that Dr. Broccoli is the type of person who confidently predicted a Kamala Harris landslide, so obviously, this is not going to happen. Captain Falcon duly fights Red Hulk and defeats him. Now becalmed, President Ford does the decent thing, admits his mistakes, confesses to his crimes, and sticks himself in Azkaban. Because this bit of the movie was written when Hollywood types genuinely thought that Trump might wind up in jail. Captain Falcon goes to visit him, he applauds him for taking responsibility, for doing the noble thing, for owning up to his mistakes. It's what all good presidents do when they do wrong things, you see. They go meekly off to prison. Captain Falcon then brings out Arwen, who finally got to see that her dear old dad has in fact changed. That she uniquely could have talked him down while he was Red Hulk, or talked him down from the brink of World War III, and that either scene would have dramatically improved this movie is a point that never occurred to the movie. Captain Falcon goes to visit Eagle Twink in hospital so he can get his arsehole tongue glazed for a little bit. Eagle Twink tells Captain Falcon that he always admired him most because he never fails at anything, and Captain Falcon says, "Yep, you're totally right, I'm just that awesome. If I failed like you did, you stupid twink, you failure you, I would have let so many people down. Like you just did, you let people down." And I'm not even exaggerating. This is genuinely how their conversation plays out. I mean, yeah, sure, Captain Falcon lost to fucking Ant-Man, but let's not let that get in the way of a good self-delivered hagiography. Eagle Twink plaintively asks whether Captain Falcon might put in a good word for him with the Wakandans, correctly identifying that he'd not have wound up in hospital if he was invincible like his idol Captain Falcon. But Captain Falcon laughs at his silly suggestion because there's no way the Wakandans would help someone like Eagle Twink. He's not even black. And then Captain Falcon hops back to Azkaban for a post-credit scene with Dr. Broccoli. Naturally, when you've got the Red Hulk in Azkaban, you put the guy who made him the Red Hulk and who mind-controlled half the armed forces in the next cell. Dr. Broccoli says, "Well done, you managed to defeat a pretty minor threat on this world, but you won't like it when other worlds come and attack you, as they surely will because I have predicted it with my giant green brain." The correct response to this is, "My dude, your predictions are whack, bro. Why do you think you're in Azkaban?" But no, because we have to take it seriously, because the movie told us that he's a super predictor, even though basically every single one of his predictions was wrong. Oh, and yes, the MCU now has so little confidence in its future direction that its post-credit scenes feature a man predicting that there will probably be, I don't know, another movie at some point where bad shit will happen. It's a pretty safe bet, but the fact they're skimping on all the details, that doesn't bode well. But anyway, that is it. That, I think, is the plot of one version of this movie. That was Captain America: Brave New World, a movie that distinguished itself by being neither brave nor new nor a world. That a Captain America movie should open to a lower box office return than Ant-Man 3 is a very sorry indictment of the state of the modern MCU. We loved it, then we loved to hate it, and now we damn it with a faint shrug. That they gave Captain Falcon the shield in Endgame for nakedly socio-political reasons, then tried and failed to use it as a launch pad to explore the history of American race relations in a post-George Floyd world in a bad TV show, then belatedly realized how massively unpopular that sort of pseudo-radical masochism is, has left them with a titular character, one of the main characters in Marvel, the character they insist is Captain America, lacking enough story potential to anchor his own movie. Because this isn't a Captain America movie in any way deeper than the title card they used. It is a loose sequel to a 17-year-old Hulk movie with a vague tie-in to the Eternals, which is why the only character in it with anything approaching an arc is Thaddeus Ross, and we're unlikely to see him again anytime soon, as you don't typically cast an octogenarian grouch in a long-term recurring role. That the movie was shot half a dozen times and spliced together in a dozen or more ways is obvious to anyone who pays even scant attention to it, whatever the director now claims. Whole characters and storylines were not only scripted and filmed, we've seen them in the production stills, they were released in a fucking Happy Meal toy line last year when the movie was supposed to come out, is yet another damning indictment. How do you spend so much money on something that makes so little sense? How do you introduce whole characters representing an entire evil faction, then delete them from your movie, then realize you need them again, so quickly draft in Giancarlo Esposito at the last minute to try and give you a convincing bad guy? If you thought you needed another, more convincing bad guy because Dr. Broccoli wasn't gonna cut it, maybe you shouldn't have made him the main villain of the movie. The result is something designed to be missed, to go without notice, to say nothing and to mean less. It wouldn't be at all surprising to learn that besides the woeful test screening scores, the mad clown asylum that's in charge of the franchise's bigger picture was also responsible for the mess this movie became. It is, after all, impossible to tie a movie to shifting sands. You cannot commit to a setup when the payoff is unknown, undecided, unpopular, or just plain absent. It's why the question of reforming the Avengers was raised at the beginning and then forgotten. It's why the only thing you need to know is that adamantium is in play now. It's why Bucky could turn up as an aspiring congressman. That last point will feature in Thunderbolts, the next movie out of the blocks. The other 2 points are just the least you can get away with saying, the least you can commit to, given the chaotic flux the MCU has become. Will the Avengers return at some point? Well, probably, but we can't really say when or how, and we don't want to rule anything out, because we might decide to change everything at the last minute again. Will adamantium feature in later movies? Well, yeah, sure, of course it will, but we just haven't decided when or how long it's gonna take before we get the X-Men in, so, let's just mention it in the broadest sense possible and not commit to anything. Their dread fear of their own story did at least accomplish one thing. By setting out to achieve nothing, most of the damage wrought by Captain America 4 is reputational. Narratively, the movie means nothing. Eventually, all the problems it is deferring, lack of vision, lack of characters, lack of story, lack of direction, they will all come crashing down upon some later film. We may well arrive at the next big Avengers movie with a cardboard cutout where Captain America should be standing, turning the marquee event into the equivalent of a Chinese movie poster. But set against the destruction wrought by most Marvel movies across phases 4 and 5, being merely forgettable makes this, perversely, one of the least damaging of all the recent entries to the MCU's Omnishambles saga. The full plot breakdown will of course drop on my main channel.